today we are gonna finish this arm. Yesterday I said I'll take care of it later tonight, and then didn't do it later last night. Had after school stuff for my son. He's doing football. Little kid football. Not too big.
Hey, there's the man, the myth, the legend. You're
Hello.
beloved by millions of people. Millions. Must be nice.
How's it going, Greasy?
Oh my god, you're actually. I'm chilling, bro. I quit my job today. That was pretty fun. Um, don't really know what I'm gonna do, but I'm not working there anymore, so, you know. I actually quit it 3 weeks ago. I gave him a 2 week notice, and in the second week, my boss was like, "Hey, you're doing a great job. Do you want to work another week?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." Took it on. Shouldn't have. My back hurts, but I need money. You know. Man, it is weird. I'm never gonna have to go back, like, ever.
What were you doing? What was your job?
Oh, manual labor. I worked at a warehouse, but God, it's fucking sucked, dude. Lifting heavy shit, like we're talking 40 to 80 pound boxes, like virtually all day, every day. Like my body hurt so bad. Like after the first like 3 or 4 weeks, like every day I was coming home completely blasted, like barely able to walk. But eventually I got used to it, and now only my back hurts. I don't think that's ever going away though. I'm done.
Maybe like physical therapy or something.
Mhm.
You could probably work on that. Do like deadlifts and stuff at home. Just get a
Sure.
couple of
It's all about
small.
stability, right? Do you
Uh,
work out?
huh?
Do you work out?
Yeah. I mean, like I just do basic like eccentric exercises. So you just kind of like hold the weights for a while.
Ah, that's a good way to do it. You can really get a burn going. Oh my goodness. I'm poor as hell, but I can't work there. Actually, do you want to know why I quit? I'm only going to tell you because you're famous, and everybody can trust famous people. They're the only people you can trust in this world.
Sure. Yeah. If you wanna tell
I'm gonna
me, you
be.
can.
I'm gonna study international finance in Thailand.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Why in Thailand?
Oh, because all told, I did the math. Uh, it's about $27,000 for a 4 year degree with living expenses, a plane ticket, all of it. I mean, you can't even get a year at some colleges here for that. Oh, and then living expenses would just completely fuck your budget. It's expensive to live in America. It really is. Uh, but yeah, that's, cheap college essentially. But the international part, I chose Thailand because I have some friends there who they like run a pesticide company. I think they also make fertilizers. And they said if I came over that they would let me in a little bit. Might get some future business. Once I have a degree. Fucking sucks. But I might work for them afterwards. They actually do a lot of good business. I've seen the records. What are you working on? What are you up to?
I'm working on a rig for the game. This is Zeke.
Ooh, sounds interesting. Do you like animating? Like, do you enjoy the process?
Yeah, you couldn't do this kind of thing unless you enjoyed it on some level. It would just be pure masochism otherwise.
Oh, sure. Well, I don't expect it to be torture, but lots of people just like having the end result, just having closure afterwards. It's what drives them. Oh, it's hard
Well,
work though, right?
well, it's just a lot of oh, what can I say? Like, I mean, like I've been working on this rig for 2 days or something like that, and this is all just to like get to a point where I can then
And I
start
bet you
making
work
stuff.
hard, right? Like, how many hours a day do you work on it?
Uh, Probably like 5, I think. It's like 5 hours a
Gotcha.
day. Yeah.
That's reasonable. Kind of nice, honestly. You get to sit, do what you love. I've always loved what you made. I mean, it's always so concise, It always rips the heart out of any problem it's dealing with. Your writing is always very clever.
Thank you.
You do the voices.
Yeah, I do the voices.
Oh, that's so cool. I guess that's why they're gender bent. It's easier. To use a
Yeah.
male voice.
I had a
Uh,
female friend who helped with some of the voices, but
that's cool. I
yeah,
always
it
kind of
was.
assumed they were like other people, just people that you know.
This forum is not
Wait, do you actually
recognized.
do all of the voices? I mean, besides the feminine ones?
I Yeah, most of the stuff that we do.
That's so cool.
The Alan provided voices for Sweetie Belle and Celestia.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, so we did have another voice actor. He was also Janos Aldrin in the Let's Plays for the first one, and then for the second one, I just kind of wanted to get it done, so I went ahead and just did the voices for Janos
Uh,
myself. So his voice changed.
Still sounded pretty good though. I think I noticed a change. It's okay. How many takes do you usually do? Do you have to redo any?
Sometimes if I don't like them.
Gotcha. That's cool.
Hello, Peyton, Red Queen Peyton. Is that a coincidence, or
Sorry,
is
what?
that related to? I'm talking to the chat. Yeah, is that a coincidence, or are you a Peyton fan? A fan of our Peyton character. Poor Peyton, she hasn't been around for a while.
Yeah, she could probably get some
Peyton
more action.
fan.
No, I think it's just a coincidence.
Good old Peyton.
Where did you get the idea to start the channel? What made you want to start creating?
Um, the whole thing kind of started because there was another group that was like, "Hey, we're gonna do an abridged series,"
Hmm.
and I liked the Bridge series, but when I got on, they kind of the whole thing was a mess. Like they kind of didn't know where they were, what they were doing. They kept bringing other people on to try to like rewrite the script over and over. And
Huh.
at one point, they were like, "Oh, Greg, you could write the script because I volunteered." And then they
Cool. Okay.
tried to overwrite everything that I did because they were like, "We brought in someone else," or like someone's friend wanted to write, and
Gotcha.
they pulled the love and tolerate angle on me. They're like, "You have to love and tolerate everyone's perspective." I was like, "Not
Yeah.
not in this case."
You have to compromise with everyone. Compromise means both sides are unhappy, so they're just asking you to be unhappy and be forced to take criticism. Even constructive criticism is still criticism. I hate it. I don't know. But how did they override your decisions? Was it anything like particularly major, or was it just a bunch of minor, little details that you like uh, wanted to think out?
Well, I mean, I would just write a script, and then they would go back and they would just rewrite the script. Like they would cut a bunch of jokes, or I don't know. Like they just would make changes to try to make it be their own
That's bullshit. Uh,
thing.
I don't blame you for making a new channel. Sounds like you almost made it out of spite a little bit.
Well, it was certainly there was certainly a lot of frustration involved.
Oh, sure. That's your work. Your humor. And obviously, I mean, to say the least, it seems like who you are can probably is bigger than what they are. Alone, you've been very successful, in my opinion, at least. What series? I'd love to watch it. Abridged, what? MLP?
Yeah, it was like MLP abridged. I think they only did one episode. It took them a long time to get it out
Dang.
because they had to fight with each other to ultimately release it.
Oh. What was the channel name?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if they're still up there.
Oh, I'm just
Yeah,
searching it up on YouTube. That'd be so
yeah.
cool. That's like total blast. Huh.
No, it was not Friendship is
Yeah.
Witchcraft Old. It was something else. It was just like friend. It was like Film abridged. Watch me since the Soul Reaver Let's Play. That Soul Reaver Let's Play cracks me up because the stuff like I forget the stuff that I say in that sometimes, and then people will quote me. And I think at one point somebody said something, and like it was in a chat, and they were quoting me, and I didn't even realize it, and I laughed. I was like, "Did you make that up? Because that's clever." And then they were like, "No, I was
Hey,
quoting
real
you. I was
recognizes
quoting
real.
you." And I was like, "Oh, well, no wonder it sounded like my sense of humor. No wonder I thought
Yeah.
it was funny. I guess I said."
Yeah, great minds think alike. Just copy paste one of your jokes. It always works.
I think my
Dang.
my two favorite bits from that series was the first one is like, what if you run off with the coin? Fate gives you the coin, and what if you just run away? You don't even flip the coin. Fate will never expect it.
Just steal the coin.
It's like she's completely lost the metaphor. And then the second one is like Raziel saying, "I've got the upper cane now," and then realizing it like he misspoke, and then Peyton just running with it and being like, "Yes, the upper cane. It is Kane who has the upper cane."
That's the friend you want. You know what I mean? Just knows, just follows whatever you say.
Well,
Oh, that's so cool.
the joke there was that Kane was kind of a crippling narcissist, and he was in the original game as well. So
Right.
he kind of he's just like, I have to sit on the pillars.
Yeah. Dang. Wish I could watch it. Um. hmm, Dang. There's so many abridged series uh, on YouTube. I'm already on like the 100th or 150th post at this point. Goodness.
The mangoes joke, was that the one where oh shoot, the guy who the necromancer. He has like the people inside him. It's something like I have a beautiful rhinoceros. Oh yeah, because of the possession. Yeah, in the actual game, he was like fighting. He was trying to fight off possession, and I thought it was funny that he was like having an argument with the Hilden at the same time he was trying to talk to Raziel. So I was just like, yes.
Is nobody talking in general for a reason?
What are you talking about?
In general chat, I don't see any messages from today.
I mean, they don't. Sometimes they don't talk as much in general. There's probably a lot of conversation in the spam zone, but that's also probably a lot of talk about Moxie, because it's kind of spam zone's kind of the Moxie zone.
Moxie from Hell of a Boss?
Sure.
Wait, I haven't been in that. Compulsive spam zone. Moxie. Have you watched some of the Vivzy Pop creations? Any of those videos?
Only a little bit.
I like them. I've been following her since her whatever video. You remember. Her first one, the Timber.
Yeah.
It's always cool. Before that, honestly, I didn't like what she was making. It was super cringe. I mean, some of the characters were good. The designs were nice, but I don't know, the storylines. Ugh. She's improved a lot, in my opinion, at least. Have you watched Has Been Hotel?
I want to say yes, but I don't know if I've watched like an entire episode of Has Been. I've watched an episode of Hell of a Boss.
Ooh, which one? Just describe it. I'll know.
The one where the guy who does the voice of Billy and Mandy and I don't know. I was surprised they got him as a voice actor. That was my biggest takeaway. But the plot, I don't really recall much from it.
Huh. That's okay. I guess you have a negative opinion of it if you didn't finish it. I liked how it was a musical. I liked the musical numbers in Has Been Hotel. You know, the one on Amazon Prime.
I don't have a negative opinion of it. I just told
Not
myself
sure.
I'd watch it some other time, and then kind of never got around to it.
Huh. I recommend it. It's really a fast-paced, interesting show. I don't know. She was posting a lot about it before. I always get caught up in the hype machine, you know. I like big studios. I mean, people say they stifle creativity, but when they really put their effort behind a project, you can see so much depth in their marketing and their animation. Big studios are the only ones that can successfully pull off a large series in a short amount of time. Yeah, high quality, you know? Unless you have a huge special interest fund, you know, like a wealthy individual, I suppose. But even then, you know, it's usually a passion project, so it's either really good or really bad.
Well, here we go. Our volumes are off on some of these, but some of these parts. But a lot of the art for this is rough enough that it'll go along anyway, and the sprites are very small. So that means it's time to actually start doing the sprite sheet. Let me see. Yeah, I can believe that. I know. Gosh, I remember watching. I think the Dofus movie with PBN, and he had a lot to say about like, it was made in Flash, and so he was just like, like he could see the stuff that was really, evident as Flash animation. It's just like, yep, that's Flash. And then as I got to know the program better, I could also see same thing. It's just sort of like, oh yeah, you can kind of see where they do certain things that are really very common to Flash animation and stuff like that. Start thinking about the technical details a lot more. That's also the other reason. The other day we were talking about like, oh yeah, what's it? Digital Circus, and I was just like, yeah, the writing doesn't feel very tight, and this or that, and like a lot of people are just like, oh, it's great, I love it, and I'm kind of like, yeah, I would have cut this character. That seems kind of like a little too. So you get it. You just have a different take as like, I don't know. You just think of the technical details more. All you see is the gears, as you say. Does this come across as weird? It's flattering. Peyton says they're trans and they chose the name Peyton because of Peyton. It's flattering. It's what can I say? If Peyton were a real character, you would be on her list, not as like, because you're now competitor Peyton. There can be only one. I will find you. Who is second Peyton? Reveal them. You dare. So if there's any weirdness to it, that's where it is. You have marked yourself for you would have marked yourself for death should there be a real Peyton ever. Let us hope the never happens. Hello, Donnie. Okay, we have got. Peyton is often all bark and no bite. She, if we had gone on for long enough, it would have actually turned out that she did, in fact, have the ability to cause a lot of harm and injure a great many people. Like, she had access to firearms and stuff that she shouldn't have had, and she had like mob connections and all kinds of things, but it just basically never we never got to a point where we could establish that Peyton actually was a credible threat if she put her mind to it. She just usually wasn't. She got distracted by some stupid thing most of the time.
You ever feel like you really need a hug? I don't know why, but I feel like that. Lord have mercy. All right, I gotta go.
All right. Comics light to you, the bathtub. No, Peyton's. I mean, assuming that nothing. Like, I'm not. I don't. We probably aren't gonna do more comics. I mean, I'd kind of like to. But it would have turned out that Peyton was actually she actually did kill people for hire, and that was part of how she paid rent and then had lots of time to mess around. Like Ray was like had part-time employment, and that was it. And then Peyton just had like income inexplicably, and it would have actually turned out that it was legitimately like, oh yeah, I do hits for the mob on occasion. And she was really, really good at it. So it was the joke was that like, oh no, Peyton actually really does kill people. Like it's just that most of her threats are idle because she has a lot of personal problems and just doesn't know this is how she, these threats are usually not carried out. Not unless you pay her. It was a case more of laziness than anything. Peyton too lazy for murder. The perfect cover story. Like, Peyton would never actually kill people. Be like, yes. No, never. Never. Do not call the police. All is well. You are safe. That's not good. Losing all of our facial features there. You know what? Let's just do this. Just be lazy. There we go. No, Peyton had this like insane family history. Like her dad was some kind of like freedom fighter in the old country. Oh, whoops. Let's see what I did. And so there was this whole, their family had this whole myth about like her father and all the things that he would have done and everything like that, and her older brother. She kind of got into the mob because her older brother actually got into the mob to start with, and he was the one who was like really active in it. And so she just like found out that like, oh, I could just kill people for money on the side, and occasionally she did that, and she like did it just enough to make like to pay for rent, and that was like pretty much how it went. And otherwise, like Peyton was just like stupid schemes and weird ideas, and it all seems harmless until she really, really needs money. You can, you can in fact kill barely enough to pay rent if you're really stupid with your money, which Peyton is. So that's the thing, is that she would like kill somebody, get $10,000, and then be like flush with cash for a little while, and then Peyton would feel flush with cash. So she'd be cool. She'd just have like free time for the next like 2 months. Yeah, well, she would immediately dump all the money into something dumb, and yeah, and she lived with Ray because she had a crush with Ray, that she had a crush on Ray that she could not get over, and it would have been a huge source of conflict with Sydney, because Sydney was her girlfriend, and like Sydney was aware of the crush. Like, Peyton had probably talked about it. And so, like, one little bit of conflict was, like, Sydney would be kind of trying to get Peyton to move out. And be like, Ray needs to get her own place. Like, Ray needs to be on her own, Peyton. And Peyton would be like, no, she'll starve. Like, I can't leave my sweet, beautiful Ray. And but then of course, like, Sydney's not really sure that she necessarily wants to win that fight, because she's not even sure if she's really in it for the long haul with Peyton. She thinks she is, but on the other hand, Peyton is kind of a lot, and so yeah, there was like I had plans for character conflict and like relationship stuff and things. So there was like adventure things where they would have been like, oh, today we're doing this, and we're having like this weird adventure, and then there was other ideas for, like, you know, Sydney and Peyton have relationship drama and that sort of thing. How do you do it? Okay, it's opposite arms, legs. So I gotta remember, it's like. No, well, the main thing was just that Peyton kept that mostly to herself, because her whole objective was that she was trying to get into Ray's pants more or less, and knew that Ray would not have liked that. She didn't talk about it with Sydney either, because she knew Sydney wouldn't have liked that, so it really wouldn't have come up hardly at all. Except for just, like, it was just kind of the mysterious question of, like, where does Peyton get all of her money? And you think, like, oh, maybe it's something funny, like she invests in volatile penny stocks. That sounds like something Peyton would do. She's like, oh no, she actually just kills people. Like, all those crazy threats are very real. She actually might kill you if you're not careful. So Like, people who know of Peyton and the real threat she poses would be very shocked to find that her friends just talk to her like she's a stupid person. It's just like, shut up, Peyton. You just tell Peyton to shut up. Won't she kill you? What? No. She threatens that all the time. She's never done it. It's a little bit too dramatic of a step. Step, up, up, up. No, it's only a train wreck if you imagine that Peyton didn't have an actual, like, puppy-like fawning loyalty to Ray. And she did. Peyton would not have killed Ray, she would have killed for Ray. To make her happy. None of it counted. Nothing would have counted if Ray wasn't on board for it. It was all Peyton's. Weird personal conquest. And Ray was taking advantage of it just a little bit. That was the worst part, was that Ray kind of knew the score and also knew that Peyton would cover rent if Ray could not. So Ray kind of was just like, yes. No, Peyton, I am not interested, but could you possibly spot me $300 this month? Peyton is blues. Yeah, it was all kinds of stuff. Like it was like Sydney and Ray didn't really get along because Sydney was jealous of Ray and worried, like, you're gonna steal my girlfriend. And but like Ray really didn't want to steal Peyton, she just wanted the money, which Sydney still resented anyway. Like, it's still like, my girlfriend keeps crushing on you, and you're just over here using her for rent money, and I don't know where her money comes from. Like, I'm worried about her income because I don't know where it comes from, and you're over here. Like, I don't know why is she solvent? I don't know why. It bothers me that I don't know. And so that was also going to be like a source of conflict and argument. Be like, where are you getting your money, Peyton? Like, hello? Why? I was asking. I don't know. Yes, the yeah, it's more like you've stolen my girlfriend without even asking, without even trying. That was the gist of it. That'd be the most infuriating part. Was really just that like Sydney was putting all this work into the relationship, and then Ray was just like by existing had more or less taken control of a lot of it, and there was part of the conflict was that Sydney she had gotten married like in her young 20s, and so she had like divorced a husband to be with Peyton, and part of that was that she realized that she was interested in women and that she wasn't going to be able to like make a relationship work with her husband and be happy. And so it was like a big dramatic moment for her, and there was all this stuff, and that's part of why, because I had to establish like why would Sydney put herself through the suffering of like of Peyton. Like Peyton's such a problem individual. Like why would someone really rational and well grounded like Sydney deal with it? So it was like, okay, so this was a big moment for Sydney, and she's not ready to throw in the towel like ever. She's like, I sacrificed for this. So yes, the Peyton Sydney kind of rivalry thing was going to be a big deal, at least between the two of them. Ray was going to be aware of it to some extent, but try to pretend she didn't notice it. And again, and that was all just the social drama, though. A lot of the plot revolved around more of the urban legend stuff was kind of what I wanted the main story to be about. But I just wanted a couple of day in the life stories and have them be. Just cheat the leg up there a little bit. Looks like he's walking backwards. Python is blue. Boom, 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 boom. Oops. Eyes are all mixed up. Just get rid of those. Extra eyeballs. Oh, in his mouth. I will need to whoops. Did I get screwed up? There we go. So they weren't forced to have a relationship. I just kind of enjoyed the I in the Ape Warrior thing or the Mech Warrior thing. It was like Sydney and Peyton were together because they were basically, it's like you're trapped in a spaceship, and then these two characters just happen to agree with like, oh, we have some feelings here. But I liked, after I did that in the Ape Warrior thing, I kind of liked the amount of conflict that you would get from having such unlike characters in a relationship. So for the semi-intelligent thing, I just thought like, wow, these characters would have a lot to fight about, which would be a lot of things that you could. It's a lot of episodes if you wanted to do something with it. So I kind of put them together, and then to have them in that relationship, I did have to go back and think about like, well, how did they get in this relationship? Like, why would Sydney be so committed to it, even though they disagree on so many things? And so basically what it was is that like Sydney kind of met Peyton as she was coming to terms with being gay, and then it was like she was in a relationship, she was married at the time, and then Peyton like encouraged her to leave her husband, and it was like Sydney was like, that is kind of the right thing to do, and Peyton was there at the time. So Sydney kind of took it as this is like, I'm committing way to this, and Peyton wasn't taking it nearly as seriously. It was just like, girl gotta come out. She can't just be in the closet, and so as far as Peyton was concerned, there was no like additional baggage for her, which is again another frustration for Sydney to be going through. It's like, okay, look, this can't just be cool for you and like a great big burden on me. Sounds like suicide. It wasn't suicide. I mean, like if you'd written to a happy ending for the characters, then eventually Sydney and Peyton probably would have broken up, and they would have. But then Sydney would have found someone that she was more comfortable with. Because the thing was that like the conflict with Sydney was that she had realized that she was gay, and then like immediately latched onto the first girl that came around, and then because she'd sacrificed a lot of stuff in her life to get to that point. She was unwilling to let any of it go, even though it was making her unhappy, and she was going to have to realize that she was gonna, so not suicide. Like the happy ending would be they break up, and then now Sydney kind of knows where she is with everything, and so she would be able to more calmly kind of assess her situation and maybe date a little bit more and find someone that she's happier with, and. Peyton's kind of like her. Peyton would continue being Peyton. There, you can't un-Peyton Peyton. So she would, whatever. I don't know that Peyton can necessarily get like a happy ending, but she can get a Peyton ending. She would have to let go of Ray eventually. Peyton would, just because. I mean, realistically, it would be like Ray would have to stop using Peyton for rent. I don't know what's going on there. Well, Ray would still be Ray. Yeah, but it wasn't like Ray was like a hopeless person or anything like that. She just, was a little bit lazy in her situation. She was kind of allowing bad things to stay bad just because she was more comfortable, or it was easier to not put in extra work. Although with Ray, it would have been a lot more challenging, just because it was kind of like everything was always a little bit tougher for Ray. Like she kind of didn't have a great many personal options. And her foil was Taylor, who actually had her life together. Taylor was like gainfully employed, and would be like, why don't you just look for better work? And I'd be like, I am trying. You're not trying that hard. I've seen trying. This is not trying, and so they would have that would have been the conflict between them. Trying did have another meaning back in the 2010s. Yeah, I mean, in the 2000s, that was like after the housing crisis, and yeah, it was a little tougher to. Like right after the crash, it was a little tougher things, and then we had the pandemic. I mean, it really, if you. I guess that Ray would have had a good series of arguments for like why she's not. Like she's just like, I don't know, like Peyton is paying my bills. I got a job. The gas station I work at is like restricting hours, and the pandemic. I don't. What do you expect me to do? Yeah, but again, that's all the social stuff. Really, the show would have been primarily about all the weird urban legend things. So occasionally you would have gotten that little glimpse into their lives and like why they were living the way that they were. But those would have been like specific episodes. So it would have been like, this is the episode where Ray and Taylor have an argument about Ray's future and whether or not she's really putting in the effort she needs to put in. And then other times they would have been interacting with the time traveler with the bizarre disease that can only be cured by licking up a frog in a very specific pond in their city. Yeah, the Street Legends I think was going to be, like all the relationship stuff was to put some meat on the bones of the characters, but I think the Urban Legends really were going to be the fun thing that made the show worth watching. Like they had a favorite diner, and the guy who worked there could not remember anything that was written down because he had a bloodline curse that could only be solved through true love, I think is what it was. I can't remember if it had to be if it was like True Love's Kiss or something like that. And he was hoping that one of the girls would help him. They just didn't find him that appealing. So instead, that episode was about helping him cope with his weird bloodline curse, his weird blood curse. Like, yes, numerous members. Like, it's a bloodline curse because no one in my family has ever been truly loved, so the curse has never been truly broken. I come from a very unlikable family. Well, a very unlovable family. We're a little bit likable, just hard to romantically feel for. The YouTube chat is quiet today. Has YouTube I keep waiting for YouTube to wipe that out. So I don't know if they got it, if today's the day. I can't see how many people are there in the chat. It could just be like a smaller number. Smaller number of people. Twitch has prevailed. Yeah, we got 2 people. Yeah, it's not that it's mostly bold in there, over in the Twitch chat. Usually the YouTube chat is dominant, but like I predicted, I knew that gradually YouTube was going to stop sending out notifications and stuff. So over time, my expectation, it may not be bots. We've got at least 3 confirmed humans. If there's 4 viewers and one of them hasn't spoken up, that could be a bot. Could have one bot. We do get those in Twitch occasionally. Where are we at? You got here from a YouTube notification? Oh, but you're in the Twitch chat. Oh, YouTube wasn't loading. Oh, I wonder, maybe that's it. Maybe there's an issue with YouTube. Maybe not. No. Okay, sort by type. This thing gives me all these ridiculous exports in like XLI or something like that. There's our guy. Let me see. We want 288. Let's disable all this stuff. All right. Those equal cycles, and then we'll publish this. 1. Walk cycles. YouTube only just loaded. Oh, okay, there we go. We've lost. Peyton's moved over back to the YouTube. Excuse me. Yeah, well, there will be some people who, regardless of what YouTube does, will be able to keep up with the streams just because they're regular, which is the the upside of doing them every day. But for sure, we were getting like new people for a little while. At some point, it's going to stop sending it out to new people for the most part. It's weird. It always like claims that it's created thousands of impressions for stuff. Like if you look, it'll be like we showed this to like 20,000 people, but only 10 of them responded or something. It's like, did you really? All these metrics are in a black box. I can't confirm or deny. Like, I can't really confirm or see who you sent this to. You just kind of like say that you're doing me all these favors, and it doesn't feel like it. Right, okay, I need to set up a character sheet. Okay, in the new project. So we want a fixed size of not 573, but twice that. 6 and then 384 times 2. 768. And we will take this in chunks. We've got the walk cycles. Disable all these features that it doesn't want to keep. Alright, and we'll go ahead and publish that. Yeah, so this is Zeke. This is your buddy Zeke. He's going to be with you from the very beginning, fixing up your busted body. And so on. So there we go. We'll save that. Save that, and because I think the shit. Let's see. Settings were set to 96. Okay. Then we're gonna need to make bigger ones for the battle sprites. You're gonna use the restroom real quick. Okay, I got my last cup of coffee here. All right. So what we need now are the side view. Side view battlers. I think actually, I was just eyeballing this and trying to figure out like what is this or that. But I think they have like a list of standards for. Oh, but we can actually set Zeke up at least to use his character sprite. There you go. And then if he follows you around, he should be visible as such. Okay. Side view character standards. Sure. Okay. That just tells us what we need, what it's doing. So we have how did I arrange this with Unit 1? Battle sprites. Okay, so it got its own folder. Would just like to be consistent. Yes, there is combat in the game. So we've got a battle prototype. The basic gist of it is pretty well the same as oops. I crashed it. Let's take Zeke out. Oh, it works like this. Anyway, it works pretty much like a straightforward game. It just got a couple of quirks and changes that are related to the way it handles things behind the scenes. It's got the old Stanley slash. Anyway, though, there you go. It's more about like the idea behind it is that you get a certain amount of energy and it recovers every now and then. So there's a lot of like energy management. As you attack enemies, they also will lose evasion. So like either you can miss enemies kind of easily sometimes at the start, but if you focus fire them, their evasion will drop down and you can actually kill them a little easier. It goes in reverse for you as well, so like you can have really high evasion, but then you can be focused down by enemies potentially. Their AI it's hard to program it to make them smart. You have to use a lot of triggers and switches and things like that. At least for RPG Maker, but I am gonna do that. Like they're gonna check your average party defense, average party evasion, and if they have abilities, then Twilight says Andla. You dare. Why didn't it, why it didn't use this battle sprite? I'm kind of curious about that. Maybe let me try and get Zeke in there and then see if it, for the Zeke. Oh no, that's fine. There we go, now we have 2 of them. So we gotta finish Zeke's thing and then it'll... Okay, so I think it's 200 by 200 for this. Yeah, it's nice to be doing this kind of work again. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, okay, it's 200 by 200. So, since it is 200 by 200, for Zeke's idle stance, he's just gonna be... Oh, he's got to step forward. Step. Would be nice if I could specify when a redundant image is used, but it's fortunately not super keen on that. Vold's been using this this time of my productivity to play solitaire and idle games. Step forward. Let's see. We're not going to use thrust, or at least not yet. We aren't going to use thrust. I think not anyway. I can actually tell it to do motions, so it may actually be reasonable to do like a little animation, but I'll look at it later. I can replace the files. For now, we'll just get it to a functional state and then kind of five, 6, and then we have an escape to run our way backwards. Alright, that's roughly where we want to keep it. It is, yeah. I was talking earlier. There was a guy in here, and he was like, "Oh, do you enjoy animating?" And my reply was, "You really cannot do animation unless you enjoy it on some level, just because it is so. It's like so much." Just so much that goes into like little things. Like we just have a little run cycle. Our guys just gotta. He's just running away, and we've got to make it be an entire, thing. This is 3 frames of running and. See here. I could probably make this. There we go. Just tilt the arm forward a little bit more. Make it a little more clear. He's. No, hold on. I did it backwards. So actually this foot ought to be down and the other foot ought to be up. Oops. Bring this up actually. There we go, there's our retreat. I mean, it's nice when you get to the end of it. So like something like I can see that with like skyboxes where it's like, oh man, there's so many skyboxes I have to do. And it could be pretty easy to look at that and say like, I just don't want to do it. But then, you see the final product and you realize like, oh, hey, this actually looks really good. And you feel a little better about having done it all. Okay, anyway, though here we've got retreat. So what's going to be weird is RPG Maker usually likes to put everything into 3-frame animations, but then you like animate things by having them spin in a circle, and so you just make like the left and right facings be different frames in the animation. Because you can't, I don't think you can really do like a step. Maybe you can. Actually, I guess there is it's like a step animation, or a step, like movement route step. But this is like, so you got stepping animation on. I don't know what the difference is between a stepping animation and a walking animation. Oh, and the character's moving. Oh, okay. So never mind. So I don't think you can just like do change their stepping animation and freeze it. You actually have to alter the character. It's weird. So we'll get like 4 frames of animation for the world sprites, but we only get 3 in the battle. You'd like to see the enemies more than the allies. Well, the first one's going to be a little blob guy, because that's an important part of any RPG is your little blob guys. Okay, then we have 10, and this is our idle animation. And we're not going to move around, actually, so this is 10, 11, 12. Swing doesn't come into play. So we can ignore that. Swinging. Yeah, how can you be isekai if there's no blobs? It's going to be a blob wearing a tie, and then other blobs wearing clothes. I was kind of thinking of taking on the ambitious idea of having all the enemies be individuals. Partly because, I mean, they kind of have to be set up in such a way, like they're not random encounters. They're generally going to be like, this enemy is here for a reason. So that's Steve Blob, that's Mike Blob, that's Dave Blob, and you know, like.
Do they all get like flavor text or something?
They would if I could. There was a game that I liked called Shadow Hearts, and they had a grimoire in it, and so when you killed an enemy, you could go into the grimoire and you would read about like what the enemy was supposed to be, because they were all Shadow Hearts was like you were killing like demons and mythical creatures, and so it would be like, oh, this is the Japanese such and such demon, or the Chinese so and so demon. It has this mythology around it. I thought that was cool.
I mean, like, actually, I was more thinking like in Pokemon, for example, when you encounter certain trainers and they say something to you before the actual fight starts, like that.
Oh no! All the things you battle will have some reason to fight with you. So like, if they fight with you, it'll be like, I have an issue with you that could only be solved through violence. And yeah, that'll be the gist of it.
So no philosophy battle in there, just physical battles.
Well, we might do philosophical, conflict. You're like, examine your biases, and And then if you don't examine them properly, we'll kill you. But I'll have the characters argue with it. Like, I don't have any biases. I don't have any. You can't say that. Of course you have some bias. No, I don't have any. I would know if I had a bias. So Zeke, let's see, what should be a victory pose for Zeke? These victory poses are like something that throws me because it's like, this should be very characterful. But it's a 3-frame loop. So Zeke's a bit of a nerd. What if he... What if we take the... It like spazzes out.
Didn't you, like a long time ago, post a video with a similar looking robot doing an animation walking cycle?
Yes, I did. I actually had some stuff set up for Unity, but these are actually better animated.
Trying to find it right now, though. It's kind of hard because I don't know what it was called actually. Oh my god, yeah, I totally remember your J cartoons phase. That was also a thing.
J Cartoons was a good time, though.
Yeah, it was fun. That's not it. The proper terms for the ancient horror.
Let me see. Where should he be looking? Should he be looking at the screen? I suppose he should be. We'll have Zeke give like a thumbs up and be like, yeah. Oops, let's go ahead and get that all out a little bit. So we'll have him give do a thumbs up with him, and then maybe he can like flash his forward lights there. Beep, beep. Will that do it? That'll do it. Let's say it's a drill. It's like a screwdriver. He's kind of got to. Could use a good stabilizer for this. It'd be so much easier to draw something like a circle with the aid of technology. go. That.
Oh, that was 4 years ago. It's a Living was the name of the project.
Yes,
Or
and that is
was that still the name?
That is still the
okay.
name. Yep.
So it's been in development hell, for lack of better word.
Yeah, basically it's been in development hell. Yeah, it would have. I would have been just working on it in Unity. But I really overestimated the amount of time that I was going to have to both watch a child and work on game projects at the same time.
Yeah, understandable.
Yeah. And
Just children have a tendency of wanting to be near other people and have a parent in such things.
need
How
food
nuisance-like.
and attention and
Well, I would never. When I was a kid, all I needed was photons that I took from the sun, and then I grew like a plant.
see, yeah, kids today are spoiled. They could just photosynthesize, and they instead insist on having all this other stuff going on.
Exactly.
Wow. Yeah. It's just wild, is what it is. Okay. Can you... I think I will... maybe... do this just so that just so that his pupils don't look so weird.
So the game is going to be like an RPG, like a mech RPG, I guess.
Yeah, kind of, because you will get the option to install a bunch of stuff on your guy, and
Oh, yeah, I just found another video, although it wasn't the actual walking animation video I was looking for. The one from 4 years ago where you show a bit of the code that you used and a few concepts, so to speak, where you have the robot just drag around a cube of garbage.
yeah, that all has changed though, so that's gonna be, you know.
But you also had blob enemies that you were developing back then.
Yes, the blob enemies are going to are still going to be in. They're a little bit later.
I don't suppose you have like a potential well, what's it called, early access goal in mind? It's still far too early, probably.
No, I was thinking after I get done with the tutorial area or the introductory area, I would go ahead and do a release, so that way people can just see how it feels, and
Are you also trying to potentially get like investors to maybe get a few more people to work on it, or do you want to keep this project as a solo endeavor?
I was thinking I was just going to keep it a solo endeavor.
Only the walking animation. So is the are the googly eyes still a thing on that robot? Like, are they going to wiggle the way that they did in this initial walking animation cycle, or is he going to have like actual eyes, so to speak?
No, well they're eyes, so they actually are going to express with them.
Okay. Because I mean, the idea with the googly eyes back 4 years ago was also kind of neat. Just obviously a bit too silly, perhaps.
I liked it. I thought it was a fun. Yeah. Like, it's silly, but the problem is just that you have to. There we go. That should hopefully do for our victory pose. It's not a lot to it. Like, depending on the horror genre, it's a tough genre to make games of. I'll be right back. Okay. Anyway, so the problem with the googly eyes was just that it's harder to be expressive with them because they're like fake eyeballs. So I decided.
Yeah, I mean, but like any action that is immensely gruesome is kind of counteracted or like juxtaposed to these googly eyes. Any action at all, actually, because it just seems very naive and naively joyous. It just kind of wobbles along as it does whatever the hell. Would be like, imagine if RoboCop had googly eyes. Although I'm not sure. Although yeah, no, that actually would be kind of.
Feel like killed guys with the.
It would be morbid, but at the same time kind of funny, and yeah, I mean it depends. But the question about those mascot horror games is also interesting because, like, I've never considered that a franchise up until the very moment I read that comment. Like, specifically mascot horror games, yes, that's a thing now. Thanks to Five Nights at Freddy's, what's the other one called? Poppy Playtime, and something about, was one about an amusement park or something. I mean, the premise is always very simple. You have something that looks super innocent, and then turns out to not be super innocent. Your game is probably going to be like comedy, dark comedy, satire-ish type of deal. Correct?
That's the the gist of it, it's going to be a satire, more or less, yeah, comedic. Going to probably rely a lot on dialogue. You know, the usual stuff for my kind of work.
Gonna have voice acting in there, or is it mostly gonna be, written dialogue boxes?
Probably written dialogue. More. There we go. That's a nice expressive face.
Looks like it's about to hurt someone.
He's broadcasting happy vibes. Hey.
So what is the actual story behind those bots? Is it just like a Dalek type of deal? Like, we were once normal people and then we put like a slimy residue of ourselves into a robot and now we fight things? Or something along those lines. Like, our humanity has been surrendered to us being brains in jars, basically.
That's the gist of it. It was just like the march of progress in cybernetics required, you replace more and more of your organic parts until all that's left is the brain, and that's it. Someone compared it. They were like, "Oh, it's like the Mechanicus in 40K," and it's not so much a worship of the machine as you'll get left behind if you're not in one.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, basically like either Dalek or Cyberman in a certain regard. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Just how you keep up, stay connected with society.
Yeah, about that, oddly enough, yesterday I saw RoboCop for the first time in a theater. Actually, for the first time in general and in a theater. And it also, like, it tackles some of the subject matters, but it tackles it in such a way that is almost prophetic. It's kind of scary. Because you had the idea of, like, the machine that you are being put into could also belong to an organization, and that organization then has certain terms of conditions and whatnot, and you cannot work against these conditions. You are then subject to these company rules, and if that means you can't even, as a policeman, take down a criminal because that criminal is part of the company, you're screwed.
I think somebody was talking about this the other day. That they were just saying like, yeah, RoboCop was prophecy.
RoboCop is fucking scary in that regard. But it's also really fucking cool. There's way too much slaughter in there to not be cool. That's just the side effect of it being a very good and well-made action movie from the 80s.
I liked the Ed 9000. He had chicken legs.
Yeah, but he couldn't climb stairs.
He could not. But
I liked the car that everybody was driving, the 6000 SUX. Every time they put that name on screen, I just had to giggle. It's super childish, but like, who the hell calls their name the 6000 sucks? It's ridiculous. Also, because I see the screwdriver or whatever the robot has as an arm, that reminds me of the data transfer stick that comes out of one of RoboCop's fingers, which it looks really fucking odd because it also just kind of looks like a drill and not like something that you would think could transfer data, but that was just like an 80s thing. Nowadays you would have like a USB plug or something like that. Oh, the animation cycle sprites, nice.
Yeah, this is for the main character. I'm just looking at, because they got the chanting. I'm trying to figure out. So the problem is that it's got like a spell casting animation, which then becomes just like, oh, I'm readying my claw, but you actually don't see it in the game because he goes through it so fast. He only does it for like a frame. And you can see. So I've got the animation, and it actually would be good for maybe like a thing, but so he puts his hand down for like a second, but I was imagining, like, I thought that they would play the whole animation. And so he's got like a little thing, extends his claws, and I thought like I'd extend his claws and then he'd swing, but instead he just like hand down, and then he does his thing. So it's like you barely see it.
The claw is also not really all that visible. If he held the clawing hand towards the camera in quotation marks to make it slightly bigger from the perspective point of view, that could maybe work. It's like, at least if it's important that you actually see the claw, because otherwise he's just doing something. I can barely see it in the sprite work.
Yeah. Well, it would be good in motion, is the thing. Like because he comes up and he's got like, so he does this thing, he puts the claw down, right, and then he like would come up, and we've got the what do you call that, the
Uppercut.
Well, yeah, I mean the animation effect, the smear. We got like the smear effect on the claw, and so it would be like down here, and then we take the smear from the claw up, and it would look good in motion that way. But he doesn't actually do the whole animation; he just kind of cuts out of it. So that's kind of where we're at. This is the stage we're at with Zeke, though. This is just before he does his hand-related ability, but he's really only going to do it for like a frame. So I guess it would make sense if I had him like maybe tuck his head a little bit, like he's getting ready for an attack.
Ah, okay, so there's also a Warhammer quote. Didn't recognize that.
I see here, I actually forgot to paint that little ball joint on him. Do that.
Yeah, I'm do a little comparison of the previous model. That's going to be interesting.
The oh, you mean of the original?
Yeah, friendbot. I found
Yeah.
the actual walking cycle animation. So you
Yeah.
basically kept the brain in a glass concept. Once again, you replaced the Google eyes with eyes that are actually expressive. You had some spikes on top of the first model, which you also kind of got rid of. You also had an antenna on there. I'm not sure if these
These don't-
needle...
Yeah.
What?
He had an antenna, so it like waggled around when he walked. There's less animation with the RPG Maker because you really only get like 3 frames. So secondary animation is kind of not gonna happen unless you go well out of your way.
You also had like a Gatling gun type of deal on, interestingly enough, the other arm. And he was looking a lot more mechanical in general. This one looks more like a mixture between technology and biotechnology, so to speak. Like it's a lot more rounded.
Yeah, they've got more kind of human body shapes.
Yeah, no, now I know what reminds me of fucking Evangelion. The Evas in there also had a very similar look to the current version.
So we got 19. And ready. How's it feel making the next Evangelion? I think that a big part of Evangelion is because a lot of teenagers watched it. They had like all those sort of like this the sexual undertones that were then like really abrasively marred by various like I don't know, like it was all like Shinji was wrong at every juncture. There's like a lot of guilt around everything that he did, or he had that whole scene where he's just like, oh man, like Ahsoka's unconscious, and then they just like he's like jacks off over her unconscious body.
Yeah,
Like the
to
most-
be fair though, that was in End of Evangelion, and that was more of a reaction to all the negative criticisms of the actual show. So it's different to what the initial intent was.
Oh yeah, well I mean, but the whole show kind of had a lot of that. There's just like a lot of like sexual undertones and this and like, oh, you can't touch people, or you can't be like this, or you can't do that, and Shinji, you have to be this way. And I think that was those like feelings of like, I mean, like it's like, oh, here's Rey and he's like romantically interested in her, but she has no personality really, and then it turns out it's his mom.
Yeah, but in one scene he accidentally stumbles onto her boobs. I mean, like literally, he just kind of tumbles over for reasons that I can't remember, and then lands on her completely naked boobs. Which is, I mean, that's the most fucking fan service thing I've ever seen in my fucking life. Granted, I don't watch that much fan service anime, thankfully, but that was just awful.
I'm pretty sure that is just like a running joke in Japan for anime. I don't know. I don't know if Evangelion was like the first one to do it and get away with it, but I know I've seen that like, oh, I stumble into your boobs thing in more places than just Evangelion.
Yeah, but Evangelion at least was trying to have a deeper message about like depression and the futility of life and whatnot. And in the middle of all of that, we just kind of go, "Oh, look at that, ass, titties, and here we go. Now back to depression." It's just it just feels so out of place.
Well, I do agree, but I feel like that's what I think is part of what made the show work is being out of place like that with all the sex and everything, because then it's like sexy stuff, but also you would better feel bad about it.
So a very similar result that you would get also from what's it called, Spec Ops: The Line, where the message is war is really, really, really bad. Like you basically are acting as a psychopath who's lost all connection to reality, and you're killing civilians and whatnot. But isn't it also kind of cool how you're killing all these other people who are shooting at you? That's awesome, but awesomely bad. Feel bad, please, while also feeling really fucking cool. I mean,
Yeah. Like this.
the end message is still good, though, in my opinion, even with all the gratuitous fan service.
I mean, it's a well-regarded show for a reason. It got popular for a reason. Like it struck a lot of emotional chords and everything. Um, I enjoy the parodies of it. It took a long time before I actually saw it. So for the longest time, like the only thing I knew about the characters were, for example, there was a dating sim on Newgrounds, and they had the joke where like I'm Ray, I eat sand, and so for the longest time that was all I really knew from the show. And someone would be like, "Yeah, Evangelion," and I'd be like, "All I know is that Ray eats sand." And they'd be like, "What?" And I'd be like, "It's she eats sand. That's her personality, I think, right?" And then I would always explain that, and then people would always be like, "It's upsetting how close that is to correct."
Yeah, I mean, I saw Evangelion first when I was a teenager, so that was a very impactful type of viewing, but for like different reasons. The whole sexual undertones always seemed to be more of a nuisance to me, because like to me it was more along the lines of, oh my god, I'm so misunderstood, and I want to be always misunderstood. I want to feel that others feel that I'm misunderstood. And then all of a sudden that show, which kind of gave me that feeling of being understood and being misunderstood, just went, yeah, titties. And I was like, no, that's not what I want. I want to be deep and dark. Nope, titties.
Here's titties though. The other kids want titties. Like it's you can't just be like no titties. The other kids want the titties.
This is like when you have a very specific appetite for something. Like I want a filet mignon. No, the other kids want dino nuggets. You get dino nuggets. I want deep and brooding emotions. Nope, tits. We will have tits, and you will like it.
You'll have tits. The other kids like tits. You're gonna like the tits, okay? Like, look, all the other kids are gonna say that we're genius for doing the tits. Learn to appreciate what you get. That's part of what the show's about. Kinda.
I mean, it had more than enough other stuff to make up for the impromptu nudity and weird subtext. There was more than enough other stuff in there. And also a very good message right at the end. At every one of the endings which exist. You got the anime ending, the movie ending, and then the manga ending, and also the rebuild ending, and all of them kind of accumulate this idea of, hey, maybe I can feel something in this world that is kind of, depressing to me. And maybe I can make something out of nothing, or something along those lines. Everywhere can be paradise if you want it. And that's a good message. Specifically for like all those weeaboos who got really deep into the show and then started to socially distance themselves just because they thought that makes more sense than reality or whatnot. I have a friend who has got depression, and he says he really could identify with the show and specifically with Shinji. But yeah, I mean, I don't have depression, so I don't quite know exactly what he means. Though I have an idea, maybe.
That's. I feel like that's not good. Identifying with Shinji.
Yeah, no, but like the issue is that he has depression and he sees lots of signs of depressions within Shinji. So the identification is there. Obviously, it's not good. If you identify with anyone who's got depression, then you probably have an issue. Then you probably have depression. It's kind of like a conclusion to come to. But yeah, no, I mean, I understand aspects of Shinji, me personally, but like I do understand why he's not not a great character to be like.
Yeah.
I completely understand why teenage me liked Shinji, but I do understand why I would not like a kid who is like Shinji.
Yeah, if you knew them personally, like, well, he was always. I mean, he was always just so.
Passive, super
Yeah.
fucking passive, but to a fault, and to a degree where it became really annoying, and you can kind of understand why certain people start yelling at him, because there's a certain point at which you need to be active, and
He just
yeah,
never
that's
would be. Yeah. It's like I don't wanna. I mean, in some of the cases when they were like getting the robot Shinji, I think that's kind of one of the ones that gets memed on a lot because the dad was being super unreasonable, and if he knew anything about his son,
yeah, it was kind of fucked up if you think about it. It's like, oh yeah, for the last 10 to 12 to 13 years, I've never talked to you. But anyway, get into the robot. I didn't even prepare you for the fact that there is a giant robot and that you might have to save the world. No, get into the robot. That was ridiculous. But I mean, after a certain point in time, Shinji just should have at least gotten kind of used to it. He didn't, because he just went with the flow without any sort of true active stance on anything. I mean, it makes sense for his character, but yeah, still, it comes down to the whole thing of certain characters can seem kind of cool from a distance, but if you actually really think about it, if you really go through it, and if you try to place yourself inside that character, you realize, wow, that's really fucking shitty behavior, or at least annoying behavior, or something like that. Take fucking Jimmy McGill from Better Call Saul. Really good example of a character who's just like kind of cool from a certain perspective, but it becomes obvious very quickly that he's self-manipulating up to a point that is no longer healthy in any shape, way, or form. Now, speaking of bad characters that people misinterpret as being great characters, the new Joker movie is going to be out in a few days, I think.
Is it a sequel to the We Live in a Society Joker, or is it like
No, to the Joker from 2019, the one with Joaquin Phoenix. This time Lady Gaga is in there as well.
I don't think I saw that one.
It's going to be a bit of a musical, but also still with Joaquin Phoenix.
Okay.
Let's see how people can misinterpret the message of this movie as well. Do you have any messages that can be misinterpreted within your game in the making?
Probably. But I don't worry too much about whether or not people are, I don't know, interpreting my messages properly. It's fine. It's fine. You don't have... As long as you're having a good time. I'm not gonna make an angry hate message to my fans or anything like that for, like...
What you're saying is that if people believe that Hitler did nothing wrong because of your game, that's okay with you. Good to know. Good to know your very extreme stance.
I would be stunned. I mean, if that happened, I would just be like, how did I get people on that wavelength? What did I do with the robots that made people be like...
Do you remember that whole Beatles and, what's his face? Charles Manson. Beatles and Charles Manson thing. The Beatles sure as shit didn't write songs about race riots or whatever, but he misinterpreted that out of their songs. Which is like always the point of you will never ever know whether or not something you've created will resonate with the exact wrong person. And then result in something really awful.
Well, I mean, hopefully, no, nothing that I do leads to immediate violence or anything like that. That's it's not really the goal here of this. The goal here is you're gonna battle a giant man who is part giraffe, part elk, and it's gonna be rad. And it's kind of what I'm going for. Like, there's messages, but fundamentally, I want it to be a fun game. Like, like the messages will be there, but theoretically, you should be able to enjoy it with or without the message.
Once that game is out, I'm gonna make like a 5-hour analysis of your game and why it adheres to Jean-Paul Sartre's philosophy of absurdism and how it represents the upcoming techno-apocalypse viewed from a neo-Hegelian dialectic or something like that. And it's going to be obnoxiously long, like 5 hours of an analysis with details that you've never considered could be analyzed. But I'm gonna do it.
I mean, that does happen. Sometimes people do really read in a lot to stuff, and you know, you're just like, oh wow, I didn't put quite this much thought into this message, but somebody did. So.
I mean, it's just fascinating that this has become a genre of sorts of video, the overly long video essay. Like, you couldn't have really pictured that being a thing back in, like, the 90s or whatever. Anything before the internet couldn't have allowed this to be a thing for more than, like, I don't know, maybe 10 to 20, maybe 100 people at most to be seen, because, like, you would have needed to edit enough video footage to come to a length of like 5 hours, then you needed to distribute it somehow, and that becomes even more complicated because at that point you would need like 5 to 10 VHS tapes, and all of that still needed to be watched by someone. Nowadays you can just have that shit run in the background. Thousands of megabytes just rushing by. It's amazing.
What a
the
future.
eye.
Yeah.
The eye is overlapping with the arm.
Yes, I gotta take care of that.
Just yesterday I found a over an hour long video where someone was ranking all Schoolhouse Rock songs, which was super interesting. Although, to be fair, I haven't finished it yet, but I started watching it.
That eye is pulled really far forward. I'm kind of surprised by how far forward I put that.
Maybe you need to adjust it.
Yeah, I would have to go back and adjust it. Let me see. But I don't think I will. Just because that's work I don't want to do.
Is he saluting or?
No, it's a guard. It's a guarding animation, so he's just putting his arm in front of his face.
But his eyes are unprotected.
Yeah, you can only do so much for that.
So those syringe-looking things, what exactly are they?
They are antenna.
Okay, those are the new antenna.
Yeah, for him, and they're shorter, so they're not gonna like wobble around or anything.
Kind of look like those mustard bottles. Mustard ketchup bottles.
Use the restroom again. Oh yeah, they could be repurposed ketchup bottles. You gotta make do with what you can get in the future.
Fair enough.
Okay. I'd like to think you can't hear everything. I mean, I know that you can hear the. Is the mic that sensitive? Like the water faucet, you can probably hear. Like I know someone's commented.
The mic was picking up on something. I don't know what though. Since I'm not watching the stream side by side, like at least not with the sound.
I guess I could like flip the volume knob down when I.
You could just mute yourself when you leave. I mean, that's the most logical.
I have to do it on two separate.
Okay, no, never mind then.
Yeah, it'd be a pain.
Yeah, yeah, right. You're streaming, but you're also online in the voice chat. So yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, in spite of your dissatisfaction with the current U.S. political climate, did you watch the debate last night?
No, I thought I would just go ahead and wait and then see what people said about it, and then maybe like go watch it.
So you do not know as of yet about the statement of Donald Trump that the immigrants are coming to eat your dogs.
I did I did hear about that, because that was like a big a big interesting thing he said. So that went around the internet like immediately. There was like no way not to hear that one.
I mean, that was just amazing. Especially since it kind of seems like he might have mixed up his racism, because I mean, there's a cliche about like Chinese people eating dogs and whatnot, but those are not really the immigrants that he would be talking about. And I have never heard of like Mexican dog dishes or whatever. But it is odd. It is really odd. I'm not sure where the hell he got that one from.
It's weird because I have my opinions and everything, and I can express them. But it's strange because the whole thing is ultimately going to come down to like, what do a small percent of like Arizona voters feel about the whole thing? It's just like the swing states are kind of all that matters in the U.S. political U.S. Political race.
Yeah. Yeah, like there's Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, fucking North Carolina, Arizona, and something else. Georgia. But mostly Pennsylvania. Actually, that's the most important state, if I'm not mistaken. Which is it's really fucking stupid. You guys should just implement something that is not the Electoral College, and just be like, you have this mass of people, and if this mass of people from all over the land just votes for a certain person, end of story. Because I've never gotten the Electoral College thing. It just never really made sense to me. But then again, I'm European, so that might be the issue.
It was a compromise that was made back when the U.S. was being founded. Basically, they kind of looked into it. And I think Thomas Jefferson showed up, and he was a slaver, and even at the time there was a lot of debate about slavery. A lot of people didn't like it because there were a lot of negative economic problems associated with it. Namely, like you could only really participate in these markets if you could afford slaves, because slavery changed the cost of the goods so much. Like the cost to produce goods was way lower if you used slaves, but then to like make a farm full of slaves, you had to drop hundreds of dollars on like dozens of slaves, and the average person couldn't do that. Most people
basically the main issue of capitalism just with slaves.
Yeah.
If you have money, you can make more money, and if you don't, well, sucks to be you. Maybe you can afford at some point to get like one slave.
Yeah, and that was kind of, so people didn't want. There were like a lot of people who didn't like slavery, didn't want slavery, and I believe that. I hope that's it. I'm not sure why is this got like a weird. It's like long, and I don't know why it's long. But anyway, though, a bunch of people would have liked to get rid of slavery, and so they were kind of like, well, we'd like to have political power still. We don't want to just be in a system where people can vote to get rid of our main source of like economic power. So they made a bunch of compromises, and one of them was like the Electoral College, which is for one thing, we kind of do voting in a slightly non-democratic way, so that way people can't like democratically defeat Thomas Jefferson. And then the other thing was they made slaves count as 3/5 of a vote. So that was part of it.
What the fuck? Why specifically 3/5 though?
Yeah, or it was 3/5 of a person. So like the slaves couldn't
but like
vote.
still, it's such an oddly specific mathematic fraction. I don't really know. Why not half of a person or a quarter of a person?
Well, the
3/5.
It was the compromise they came to. It was what the slavers wanted, because the slavers, again, the whole point was that they didn't want to so they would have the farms, and like a lot of population would be like slaves, because it would be like, oh, here's a family of slave owners, and then the slaves would outnumber the slave owners.
I thought that slaves were just fucking property. Why count them even as people at all?
That was the northern states, or the non-slavers wanted slaves to not count towards the Electoral College, but the slavers said no, because then the non-slavers would have more voting power. So the slavers said, we're not going to join the Union unless slaves count for the Electoral College. And again, they created the Electoral College so that slavers could have more influence over politics, so that wealthy families
That is so fucked up. I thought it was like more of a reasonable thing along the lines of we don't want slavers to have more power. That's why the Electoral College is here or something.
No,
Jesus,
it was the opposite. It was
Christ.
Yeah, it was to give this.
These slaves didn't get any rights, but they were still counted as votes, and I guess that these slaves were also forced to vote for whatever their master was voting for.
Yes.
Right?
The slaves.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, but that was the whole point. Was basically they were like, well, we're forming a country, and then the wealthy slave owners were like, we're not forming a country if you're going to take power away from me. So they had to make all these compromises in the system so that the wealthy slave owners could have a certain level of excise power over the system. And that's that's why we've had a lot of issues. Really, like a lot of problems kind of stem from that, but they didn't think that they could have formed the country if they hadn't done it at the time. So, yeah, now we have the system where it's kind of like everybody counts. Like there's not it's not the slave thing, but we get in this weirdness where like because it was supposed to be skewed kind of towards smaller populations of like wealthier families that had all the power, and now we kind of have like large land areas with smaller populations wind up with a little bit more vote than like major population centers. So like if you live in a city, your vote will be worth less than if you lived like out in rural Arizona. So we have this bizarre situation where it's like everybody can listen to the debates and make their opinions about our politicians. You can influence locally, but as far as the national voting goes, it's like weirdly we're just kind of like looking at what do the swing states think. So like the opinion that Arizona holds, like that rural Arizonans have, is like really, really important to our system, but like whatever New York thinks doesn't matter because New York is just like the New York vote. They're gonna vote Democrat. They have for a really long time, so they just don't care about New York. They don't really like worry about what New Yorkers think. Like New Yorkers don't matter in the national election because they're already kind of in the bag.
Christ.
I have been watching Jon Stewart since he came out. He's fun.
Oh, yeah, Jon Stewart is amazing.
Yeah, he's like, I mean, he's funny. Like he just kind of gets up there. He's so good at timing. Like he's so great at it. Like he'll take a joke, and it's funny. He'll say something, and I feel like if you didn't have the timing, the joke would fizzle. But then he'll just say it, and he'll just like hold for like just long enough that it becomes funny, and then he moves on, and he's so great. Like he's so good at delivery. So yeah, I've watched some of the new Jon Stewart stuff that he's come out with.
He's always great. Like I mean, I had heard of him before when he was no longer doing his stuff, but then he came back and he was also like all over YouTube with his videos, and I'm amazed. Him and John Oliver are like the two kind of political satirists who really give a good insight into the modern going-ons of American politics.
I actually didn't like John Oliver as much as I like Jon Stewart. Like Oliver's okay, but I always felt like it was because Jon Stewart was the previous guy. It was like John Oliver was kind of following. He was trying to like fill the shoes, and it felt like John Oliver never quite filled Jon Stewart's shoes. I liked Jon Stewart's deliveries a lot more.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Do you have any reaction to the what was the guy's name? To the Nikocado avocado news that have also swept across YouTube?
No, I haven't heard anything of avocado anything.
Well, it turns out that in theory, like the last few videos that came out, like I don't know, over a week ago, before he did his big reveal, he was basically just doing what he always does, like yelling and eating lots of food and being morbidly obese up until a point, and then he released a video just a few days ago, where it turns out that all these videos were made 2 years ago, and in reality he has lost over 200 pounds. He's basically back to being thin again. And that basically to lots of people seemed like an overnight kind of deal, and he was doing like a Joker monologue after all of that. A video he called 2 Steps Ahead, and yeah, that's kind of weird. Like I've never watched his stuff actively. It was more like, oh, YouTube is recommending me this, and I'm like, yeah, no, I don't like that kind of stuff. I don't like mukbangs. But it was always the kind of video where you already knew this was going to be about, controversy and people yelling and him eating lots of stuff, and all of a sudden you have this video. I mean, he's also eating in that video, but he's thin again, and that's just like the really weird thing that he kept that a secret, his weight loss journey, and just kind of went from A to B within the blink of an eye, at least to everybody else's perception, when in reality he was doing lots of stuff. He was just, using up all the videos that he had pre-recorded, which is kind of a masterstroke of YouTubing.
It's hard to get a bunch of stuff pre-recorded like that. Goes to show how easy it is to film yourself eating things, I'll say.
I mean, I don't know if he'd done like one video per day, but that would still mean that he needed to, I don't know, do something to still keep his weight loss journey. Or I don't know. At least, okay, let's just look at it from this perspective. If he had done, like, for the last year before he started his weight loss journey, recorded one video per day. I mean, that's ridiculous, but let's just assume that, and he would have over 300 videos ready to go, and they could like release them weekly or something like that. And he needs like 55 videos per year. That kind of makes sense. Actually, he doesn't even need 300 videos if he had done like 200 videos in total. But it's still a fucking monster enterprise that he did there. And my respect to him, even though I don't like most of what he does, but that was impressive.
Well, I will definitely give the guy credit for keeping a big weight loss journey effectively a secret on YouTube when your career is eating stuff, because that is that would take effort, because that was like, I'm committing to losing weight, and then also committing to no one knowing I've done it.
Yeah, exactly.
Which I wonder if maybe that helped him a lot. Like maybe knowing like, oh, if I pull this off, everyone will be surprised, and won't that be cool?
I mean, yeah, everybody was surprised. Like, that shit is... Yeah, no... I mean, nobody expects that. If it's like... If you have, like, a friend or someone whom you know was, like, overweight, and then you meet them again, like, a few years later, and then they lost all that weight, sure, whatever. It's your friend. You've known them. Maybe you didn't manage to meet up. That's a personal thing. But, like, someone who has, I don't know, 4 million subscribers, something along those lines. Hell, even if you have like 200,000 subscribers, that must have been like really hard thing to pull off, to keep a secret, specifically since at a certain point with a certain size of fan base, you are bound to encounter leaks from your personal, God knows what, Twitter or whatever. And so that's just, yeah, that's a master stroke. Also of self-discipline, because like in the meantime he could have also just like leaked some hints himself, like every now and again, that he's doing an actual weight loss journey.
Yeah, he could have made a mistake and been like, hey everybody, I'm in the middle of this. Yeah, but I don't. I never followed Nick Avocado. I always thought it was a little gross, because it is just kind of like eating, but in a really weird.
Yeah, I mean, I've never liked that stuff too. Well, once again, it's more of a... Every now and again, YouTube was trying to show something like that to me, and I was like, he's like sitting in front of a mountain of food. How is that a thing I would want to see? The only one that I kind of watched then in hindsight after I'd seen his reveal video was a video where he was having one of his mukbangs with Meat Canyon, the animator, which kind of got my interest because, you know, it's Meat Canyon. Meat Canyon is awesome. But even there, it was just really weird. They had lots of fries that they had, like, put into a mountain, and then a whole bunch of chicken nuggets, but also normal burgers on the side. At the end of the video, the entire mountain of fries and nuggets was still like, there was still a third of it left, and I'm like, are you still gonna eat that? Are you gonna throw it away? Because that would be a fucking waste. And I mean, I get the idea of a mukbang, you know, like eating, and then at the same time you're watching someone eating, and it simulates the idea of eating something with someone, but like, when I'm eating something with someone, I'm not eating a fucking mountain of whatever that is. As like a once in a lifetime kind of deal, I could 100% imagine doing something like this. Like once, you know, you just at one time buy a mountain of something, and then you with some friends eat it. But like doing that over and over again just seems like a waste of food, and B, just not very fulfilling. Ironically enough, it just seems off. There's a reason why you normally make normal amounts of food, and even normal amounts of food can be a bit too much. It's a weird phenomenon. I never quite understood it.
Mountain of nuggets and fries sounds like America.
It sounds very American. Only once in my life have I eaten a triple Whopper, and yeah, that was way too much. And I don't quite get how you could come up with something like that. Wait, okay, someone just joined and then left.
They come and they go.
And that's the whole American experience to a European like me. It's big ass guns, really fatty fast food, and what else? Oh yeah, cowboy hats. That's kind of it.
Cowboy hat. That's all. So the American, I don't know, fast food situation has changed over the years. They kind of, like, McDonald's is still around. A lot of those companies are so big they kind of can't fail because they buy up tons of stuff. So, like, McDonald's is not just a fast food company. They're also like a real estate company and a bunch of other things. One of the ways that they really dominated was that they like own land. So you can't, like, they're not gonna like go out of business from having bad food, but their restaurants aren't really as popular as they used to be because they do a lot of weird things. Like, I don't know, they clutter their menus up really bad, and then they lower the quality of the food really far so that the margins are better. And then the food's like really bad, but then they raise prices. So it's like you get this like really bad food, but it really kind of like too high prices, and I don't know. Fast casual got to be a thing, so stuff like Subway became a little bit more common as a thing that people were going to. But then I think during after the housing crisis, or maybe during I'm not sure exactly when. I think it was during the pandemic. A lot of the fast casual stuff started to struggle, and then they did the same thing where they cut quality to save money, and then it kind of became not worth going anymore. Like, I think we had a local Schlotzsky's was one of the ones that we used to go to on occasion, and then Schlotzsky's during the pandemic, to save cash, just started selling.
What on earth is Schlotzsky's?
It's just a sandwich place. Like, you just go and they make you like a roast beef sandwich.
Oh, so it's kind of like Subways.
Yeah, kind of. But I mean, like, it was just like just sandwiches. So it was nothing to you know, it was like, it wasn't like the fast, you know, the greasy like burger or anything like that. It was just like a sandwich. And yeah. So yeah, that really kind of took over for a little bit, but then they those companies started to struggle during the pandemic, and they just like lowered the quality of their menus. And locally, at the very least, we stopped eating at those places because it was just like, again, like poor quality food for
high prices.
Yeah, like prices that weren't worth it.
Yeah, I mean, the point of those poor quality food places was, at least once upon a time, to have at least cheap shit that you could gobble up, even if it tastes like ass.
I mean, you could still. It's just that it's not cheap. It's not that cheap.
I mean, that's what I meant, though. The point is gone. Nobody is going to go to a place where things are expensive and at the same time taste like ass.
Oh yeah. You're like, you're not. Yes, you don't really want to pay like good money for very low quality food, but the companies in question kind of hoped that you would anyway. And
I mean, at that point, I could just get myself some frozen snails from the supermarket and warm those up in my oven. Like l'escargot, French
Snails are-
variety.
Snails
Well,
aren't
those-
good though. Right? Like what's
A snail?
yeah? There's nothing
What?
wrong with snails, right?
No, that's what I meant though. Like those
Oh,
big
they-
snails that you can eat, and they are like prepared with, I don't know, garlic butter or whatever. It's really great. I sometimes get them because I can't get them from a supermarket near me, and they're slightly more expensive, but at least it's a better type of food. And if I pay more for something that also still tastes good, then I'm willing to do that instead of paying more for something that tastes like ass. But yeah,
Yeah.
the era of the fast food chain is potentially maybe coming to an end. Who knows?
Well, like I say, I don't think it can. At least not the way that the U.S. is set up currently with how they treat companies. Just because, like again, it's like you can't kill McDonald's if they also are a real estate company, because it's like, yeah, they make bad food, but they own all this real estate, and so it's like they're fine. It'd be like trying to kill Nestle or something like that. It's just like there's no world in which Nestle dies or gets replaced, but like there is a world in which no one like drinks Nestle chocolate or whatever.
Someone is bad moving electric kettles in the chat. Unbelievable! Electric kettles are very important for making tea. Well, who the hell microwaves their water? Like that's just fucking weird. You use an electric kettle to boil up some water and then prepare your tea, or alternatively to prepare some hot boiled water for ramen noodles. Microwave cringe. Yeah, but this whole I've seen the biopic of sorts about McDonald's, the founder I think it was called, and they explained this whole real estate deal, but I don't quite get it because, like, in theory, if you have real estate, you still need to sell it in order to make money. Or how on earth does that work? You can't just make money out of something that you sit on.
They rent it. So they own the land and they lease the land out.
They lease. Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, but
Yeah.
I thought the land was. There was something about the owners of the franchise houses or something that had something to do with that, but I don't quite remember it. It was also explained in the movie. Actually, very well explained in the movie, but I just didn't quite remember the totality of it. Kind of need to rewatch that movie. That was really fucking entertaining. Specifically, how the dude who then took over kind of snatched the idea from under the actual founders. Yeah, that was interesting. Americans had like 5 baseball fields worth of counter space. Who was? Oh shit, a boat. Yeah, we just had a bridge collapse last night in my city. That was interesting. Never seen a collapsed bridge up close, at least not a really big one that was in the middle of a city and is part of the infrastructure. Which meant that there was a bit of traffic chaos all throughout town today.
Oh, let's talk about the Americans have like baseball fields worth of counter space. That kind of was the case. That's changed a lot over the years. If you live anywhere near most cities now, what's happened is that a lot of major companies have they bought up buildings and land and stuff like that, and again, there's very little control over like what companies are allowed to do. So in some areas I've read that they'll actually buy up apartment complexes, for example, and then leave like half the units empty, and that's so that the shortage remains. Yeah, you got me on companies again. We'll put the counter back to 0. But yeah, they just leave it. Yeah, they just leave it empty, and so that way it kind of drives up the price, and it makes it more expensive. And then aside from that, we also have Airbnb now, and companies are buying up like land, houses, and things like that to rent out as Airbnb rentals, because the Airbnb prices are better than rental prices, and there's like no protections for people in an Airbnb. So there's a lot more you can get away with if you're running an Airbnb. You have like less overhead by doing a corporate Airbnb than if you were running like a hotel or renting out a house for like actual rental. So lots of houses are being turned into Airbnbs instead of being used for housing, and it's driving inventory down. And so they always talk about that. They really don't seem to want to talk about how property is just being bought up by people who aren't really living in the homes. Yeah, like 90% of rentals were down due to B&B in your...
Didn't Adam Conover do like an episode of Adam Ruins Everything about that?
He might have. It sounds like something that he would do an episode about.
Yeah, well, all those regulations were kind of in the way anyway. They're not very freedom supporting. No more regulations. We see that as less regulations, the more people will enjoy life. And by people, I mean those who have at least like a few $100 million in their bank accounts. But seriously though, those Airbnb sounds like something that should be heavily regulated to make sure that shit like this cannot happen.
They used to be. Trying to get a hurt animation. You can't hit me. Come on, guys.
Your enemies suck ass. There we go.
That was wild. I'm trying to see like it did that. Should I get it up? Maybe. Yeah, I think that's animated correctly. Just want to make sure, because their RPG Maker will sometimes take you by surprise on, like they want the middle animation to be where you start, and then they use the outside ones. Mostly that's for the loops.
Are you gonna do anything with the pupil size, or are you just gonna readjust that one?
He's being hit in the face, so this is the oh, ouch, I've been hit.
And for that, the pupil size is smaller.
Yeah, 'cause
Okay.
he's surprised.
2-bedroom townhouse for $2,200 a month. Fucking hell. It looks almost a bit derpy.
Yep, that's the idea on this one.
Oh, speaking of politics, an abomination of political advertisement that I've discovered recently was that one of the parties in my area was using AI-generated art on their election advertisements that they had put up as posters all around town.
That should be that they should just lose the election based on.
Oh, they didn't get really. They barely got anything out of it. They were kind of like an afterthought on many people's voting choice, if anything. But it was so fucking obvious. It was the kind of art style that just made me go, oh my god, it looks like AI. There's something immensely inhuman about these humans. I was like, and mind you, it was still like a drawn style, like more like a how could I put it, like these company art styles, just in combination with the AI failures of not looking like something that a human being would actually come up with. And that was it. Additionally to that, also the characters all had like an odd number of fingers. I think like one of them had like 6, another one just 4, and so on and so forth. It was weird. It was like very nationalistic party as well, so it was just odd. Oh my god, was that the death animation?
No, that's he's been hit in the face. So he's like reeling backwards from being hit. Ugh. He kind of like flinches.
Because of the red vanishing.
Oh yeah. That's just showing like this is the silhouette of what he was before.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yes, indeed points out there's always some legal reason they can't just like ban Airbnb. I think that's why they get into stuff like we're gonna incentivize building more homes, but it's super weird because they do that, and like the Airbnb company just buys those homes. And it's just buy because it's like again it's like unless you can buy a house, it's if you need a rental space you got to rent from someone who can buy the property, but then they don't want to rent it, they just want to like make it an Airbnb.
And they probably also go through shell companies. If someone is trying to bar them from buying these new built houses for an Airbnb.
I don't know what the situation with that is like. I do know that there has been a reported and fairly well documented issue with people using housing for money laundering. So it's not too outlandish to imagine there being a problem with shell companies and rentals as well.
Because I could 100% see that some districts or maybe even some states have taken action to prevent these kind of buyouts from those big ass companies, specifically from Airbnb, and had some regulations put in place to make it so that those who buy those properties actually do want to just live in them. But then at the same time, to circumvent all of that, the bigger companies yet again would do that, which they can do quite well, pretending not to be a big company, and from there on out the result would still be that the property is not being used as a normal property to live in, but rather as real estate for people who already have way too much money to make even more money.
Pretty sure that's why they generally support the idea of like, well, we'll just make more inventory because they can get support from major campaign donors for that. But if they're like, what if we don't? What if we don't allow abuse? That's always very, very, very politically difficult. Yeah, the people may agree. Like, listen, the voters may agree it's a big issue, it's a big thing they want, but I don't know. It's one of those things that it's bizarre where you'll find like, 70% of voters might agree on certain subjects, but you find that the political willpower to get things done just doesn't exist.
Yeah, I mean, if some sort of change were to be implemented, then it needs to be implemented through a very caring kind of... I don't know how to describe it, like an action that can't be influenced by any sort of big money holder. In theory, an executive order of sorts, but like, what kind of president would just executive order a law into a reality that could potentially hurt his own party financially?
Oops, so I thought, dang it. Did this not get changed? No, it didn't.
So wait, is that broadcasting antenna also a thumb, or?
Yes.
Ah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. I thought that would be fun if his hand, because they've got like one tool does one thing and the other tool does something else. So I thought it'd be fun if his fingers, his hand, like his thumbs, is as inconvenient as this would be. Let's actually make it like bigger. And then it's 13, 14. Okay. You can see how that looks. Ping. There we go, and then we'll as Phil points out, they agree on the problem, they don't agree on the solution. Well, you'll find actually the public, if you do like a poll, you'll find the public surprisingly will agree on a solution even. But the politicians won't agree on the solution because the solution would often result in like decreased campaign funding.
Yeah, what I was saying earlier.
Volt says he knows the public. He personally knows the public. Well, fortunate for you. Listen, I live in a big country and the public is spread out all over. We got to. It's impossible to not know the public from where you live. And we've got a sleep option, which I still don't even know if I'm gonna add sleep in the game, but I.
I mean, at least like an idle animation. If it stands around for too long.
It's a. Well, it's like a sleep. It's the sleep ailment, and so I do have one for the the main character. So you see he's got like static in his eyes.
It reminds me of the of that one joke from Futurama, which was like, I don't even know what the instigator of that joke was. Something along the lines of, "Yeah, Bender, you're acting a bit weird." To which Bender then replied with, "Ah, that can't be. I run on Windows Vista." And at that moment, he just kind of glitches up and his eyes become blank. This is a very, very specific joke from a very specific time. But it's still great, because, like, if you remember anything about the time when Windows Vista came out, you just remember that it was ass.
But you had to buy it anyway.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't actually, I guess. They weren't quite as bad then. That's the Windows 10 experience. You have to buy it anyway. That's the
Actually,
Windows
more like
11 experience.
Yeah, exactly what I was about to say that, because like Windows 7 was still pretty great, but it didn't really bother you with any mandatory updates up until Windows 10 rolled around. And then Windows 11 happened, kind of against everybody's wills. But that's just the way it is.
That's just how they do it, and you get no other options.
Companies.
Did I accidentally make Zeke's eyes black? I think I did. Dang it. So anyway, though, so our complaint about corporations counter goes back to 0 today. Our goal is to get it up to like maybe one day we'll get it up to like 7 days. No talk about companies.
I mean, it is an omnipresent issue.
It is. They're everywhere, selling me things.
I don't know why, but that main character design could also stem from some sort of edutainment game from the early 2000s. Robbie the robot who teaches you things about, I don't know, the stock market, yeah, but in a fun way.
He tries. Yeah, I could see it. This was definitely. There were some very 80s style characters that were kind of like this, and be like, yeah, look at the cool robot, kids. He's your friend. Snow eyeball snow.
Or like when you said static, that was gonna be more like lines, horizontal lines or something.
Nah, I made it like screen snow. Lots of speckles.
Text me.
Speckle eyes. Oh goodness, it's already 1 o'clock. I gotta take a break and get some lunch. Last time I checked, it was 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I mean, that's how time works.
So time works. Why does it do it? Yeah, I gotta go get something to eat. Angel hair series. I don't know what that is, Gold. Gosh, I haven't really been watching anything lately. Like, man, what's on? What's good right now? What's a good show? No clear ideas. There we go. Seek turned off. Static. Static.
They're just going to have them switch back and forth between one being a negative and the other one being the actual black, or... Oh, okay, that's how you do it.
Yeah, it's...
Yeah, I thought that like it was just going to switch between black and white for each dot, basically.
Oh,
But
no.
something along those lines.
Yeah. This is how we do. So that's sleep, and then we just got the last row, which is evasion, item use, and death. I think item use is just going to be standing. I haven't figured out if I want the game to even have items or not. But I don't know. I'm going to get some lunch. Back at...
Are you around?
Yep. Okay. Back. Let's see, what have we got now? I think evasion. Let's try this actually. Randy Feltface writes a novel. Oh, that reminds me, I saw an animation called Keyman today, or yesterday. It was okay. My big take from it was somebody spent a lot of time working on Keyman. It's like 15 minutes of animation or something crazy like that. And Keyman doesn't really have anything to say. It just kind of is. That's what I gotta say about it. It's about a man who dresses up as a key. He thinks he's a superhero, and that was okay. That was an okay. Was an okay animation. Thumbnail doesn't look encouraging, huh? It's I feel like it was fun for how long it went on. Like the bit just kind of keeps on going. You're here for these countertop fresh tepid takes. Great. Let me see. What have I got for you? Oh, they released the Brotherhood Without Banners, some new Brotherhood Without Banners things. I could talk about that. They have decided to give Barrack and Darien assault orders and also Sentinel, and I'm a little salty about it because I'm a little bit sick of units that have assault orders. In that game, the ability to attack more than one time is like a big deal. Normally you would get at most like as many attacks as you have units, plus maybe one if you can claim swords on the tactics board, but the tactics board is competitive, so it's like a really important part of the game. But some units some commanders have the assault orders card. And assault orders will let you take an extra attack basically for free. You just play the card and you get to use an NCU to get an assault. And I wish that there were less of that card in the game rather than more of it, because I feel like it's not a very... It's kind of my least favorite card, really. Those actions are free. They just allow you to go to the park and you can just pick up all the actions and go home with them. The government doesn't want you to know this. Yeah, it is a big deal though when you can get like an action economy bonus that normally is hard to get. Like, but yeah. Anyway, though, they're doing that, and that's new. But otherwise, not a lot new in that world. Well, there kind of is. I mean, there's going to be a great big tournament coming up here soon in October. I'm not going to it, but it's coming up. I have no idea what that means, Roblo. We're almost done with this. After this, we just have to make a dead. It mean funny. Yeah. Did you look into the game at all, Iffy? I don't know when a good time would be for your, if you wanted to catch a game or anything like that. Like, I don't know if you're awake in the evenings. In my evenings. That's usually when I can play. I'll often play in like the odds are not great. Yeah, that's where the other Europeans are at as far as whether they could get into play. Except for Carabella, who keeps weirder hours. It's the key. That's the secret, is weird hours. Oh, thanks, Robla. Whoa, weird hours. Weird hours not working out. Well, see, I would be cool to do like probably on a weekend afternoon or morning or something like that. Like a Saturday'd be good, but then you got your game stuff. I guess we could one of these days just like play a game. Just be like, you know what? Stream, only half day stream. The rest of the day is playing Ice and Fire. Everyone watch. Try to make yourselves interested in this and then join the server and play. You play too. Everyone play. Sort by type, please. Okay, and so for our size, we're gonna need big. Evidently, like almost a megabyte in size. One of these days I might be cool for it. I mean, I don't know. It's not a very responsible use of my time, but I do enjoy the game and like to, and I do. Would be cool to teach more people to play. I feel like the name Panic at the Dojo sounds familiar, but I don't know if I do know it. If I have, I definitely haven't played it. Pictures. Is it faces? Oh, there it is. 576 by 288. $144. Okay, let's get a portrait of Zeke. Ah, where did it go? I hit the wrong button. I forget that Zeke can actually have a whole bunch of different pictures. I don't know if that's his most character defining look. Where was that at actually? I want to make sure that I don't accidentally save that. You got too much eye, Zeke. Too much eye, not enough pupil. Let's do like 2 neutral. I didn't mean to unplug your headset there, I'm sorry. Sometimes I get clumsy with the buttons.
Hello?
Hello. Oh, hello.
Hello, hello.
How's
Figured
it
I'd
going?
jump in.
You must have
Pretty
gotten a different microphone since the last time I talked to you. You sound different.
Oh yeah, it's a Blue Yeti.
Okay, it's a lot clearer, I think, than the old one.
Yeah, probably consider the old one was like a gaming headset microphone. But also it has a downside of revealing the fact that I live in an empty white room.
Oh yeah, well you
Very
can tell from
echoey.
you can tell from the echo. It's just like
Yeah.
pretty bad. And I had that. I used to work in a room with carpet, and I never really had that much trouble with echo. And for allergies, now my room is got laminate down, and just all the sound bounces off of it. So now I have to like clean echo out of all my recordings.
Yeah, no. It is a balancing. But also I prefer being a bit echoey to being very tinny. But yeah, no, I have come here with a sales pitch for Panic at the Dojo.
Okay.
So, I know that you really like the hero system and kind of the free from character building absurdity that can come with it. So, Panic at the Dojo, I would best describe as being. Imagine if someone that really, really, really liked fighting games and tabletop RPG tried to make them into one thing while making it seem coherent, but then realized, no, wait, this is silly, and then made every other rule that is not related to fighting games be as absurdly ridiculous as possible. Like, I think the game actively encourages things like driving a truck through a wall, just so that you can have an excuse for why the security guards want to punch you.
I mean, you could just have a punchable face.
I think that is actually one of the. I think that is actually one of the qualities you take.
Yeah, like every security guard wants to punch you because you just have a very punchable face.
Exactly. But yeah, no. Overall, I just wanted to pitch that one in because I've been trying to get a one shot of that game going for a while, and it keeps failing because the scheduling is impossible. So I'm hoping to pass on the good message of Panic at the Disco to other people, so that if I can't enjoy it, someone else can, or at least.
We could check it out. It's been a little while since we've done anything besides Hero. We've done I think Vampire might be the last time we really got outside of the Hero system. Well, we did Reese's once, but we only did it for a brief while. And Reese's is it's a game based around tropes, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's you describe yourself as I am the barbarian, and then you, instead of getting ranks in melee, combat, or anything else like that, you just have a certain number of ranks in barbarian, and whenever you do something that sounds barbarian-like, you get to use those ranks, and that goes for combat, everything else. So the gist of it is it's oh, we need to sneak somewhere. Well, the barbarian doesn't have ranks in sneak. That's not a very barbarian thing. You wouldn't think of a barbarian as being sneaky. So if you try to roll barbarian for sneak, the GM will be like, yeah, you fail. You have to roll really high. But as far as, for example, unlocking doors, a thief might have oh, I'll pick the lock or whatever, and so a thief would get oh, that's easy for you to do. You got these ranks. Whereas a barbarian might be I yank the door off its hinges. And you say yeah, I could see a barbarian doing that. Maybe it'd be difficult for him, so you'll need a decent roll, better than the guy with the lockpick. But go ahead. So all the tests are determined by subjectively what the GM feels sounds right, given the tropes that your class that your choices represent, that what you picked represent. So they offer you can pick anything. You can do hairdresser if you want. And you'll be good at anything that sounds like something a hairdresser could do. You just have to make the whole game be about hairdressing somehow.
Yeah, no, I think the other group also has a game of this going on, of something like this. That or Jay must have played in that, but I think it was in the other. Either way. When I heard of this system, I immediately wanted to create a character that just had that gusto and je ne sais quoi as their stats, just to figure out how can I figure it's that fix anything.
He's just got that certain I don't know what, and
exactly.
Yes. That
sort of intangible quality you can't quite put your finger on, but it would be applicable here, right? I just seem like a sort of guy that could walk down that catwalk, and no one would ever question why I'm there dressed as a janitor.
You could do it. Yeah. I'm watching Zeke do a little dance here. He's not supposed to be dancing. I don't know why he is. His stuff must be slightly out of place. Let me see. Maybe I got it backwards?
Let's see,
Let's
this would
see.
be the SV Battler image then.
Well, my guess is probably that his idle image and his walking image are mixed up. And that could be, I'm using, because there's like an online reference that they use for like, oh, here's the thing. And I thought, oh, that'd be easier than checking the sheets. But maybe I should check the sheets, because maybe their online reference is incorrect. It would be very in character for them.
Documentation is hard.
Yeah. It looks like... Yeah, it looks like their documentation is wrong. I'm not... So I think the idle... Just try to figure out like where does he walk at? Because there's the...
The
Like, 'cause you
animations
should
tab on the
go-
database there. On the like unit card there in the program, there is the little. Hell, I suppose if it's like a pre-made format of like these sprites have to be in this application sprite sheet, then.
Yeah, it looks like it's mostly correct. I don't see where I have my guy walking. I don't see where Unit 1 walks at all.
I'm the top left and then the two to the right of on unit 01 are perfectly stationary, but on Zeke Battle Sprite they are walking.
Yeah, and I think this is the idle frame. In the documentation, it has this as the step forward frame, is what it says it is.
Are you using the same reference for Unit 01 or?
I wasn't using Unit 01. This is their their documentation. So see here, it says top left is step forward. So that's what I went with in the assumption that they were correct. But I think that they are wrong. But that's okay, because we'll just save over it.
The normal standby would be, yeah, the one line up below that. Is there anything that would trigger the step forward animation currently in the game?
Yeah, like when they enter the battlefield, they should be like moving forward. And when he walks forward, he would do it.
So when he enters the battlefield, is he standing perfectly currently?
Probably. Let me see here. No, it looks like he comes in running. So I guess they just kind of slide in. Publish this and it'll fix it. Victory, claw ready. I don't seem to have any step forward at all.
No, on Unit 01, where both of the like listed step forward and normal standby animations the exact same?
He maybe doesn't have. So
Slightly
I
different
guess-
angle, I think. Yeah, one is slightly more forward on Unit 01's
This is him.
listed normal.
He's okay. So he's like preparing to take an action here. Oh, here's the step. I think this is their step forward. Oh, that might explain why he. Doesn't quite. So I'm pretty sure it is reversed.
Yeah, no, like I'm looking at the reference side view character standards for RPG Maker, and step forward is the top left and the two next to it, but and normal standby would be the one below that. Actually, can you show me what Unit 01 looks like in battle? We can tell which ones they are using based on the gun position. Like if it's slightly in front of their face, they are using normal standby, and if it's just behind their face, step forward.
Well, he's just standing there, nice and calm.
Yeah, no, but I just kind of want to see which one of the stand nice on pricey. Because
Okay,
that's
I already updated Z, so you can see like.
The Unit 01 is using the normal standby animation here as well as a reference to the pattern. The gun is slightly more forward than it would be on the other line.
He just kind of slides forward.
Yeah, if you swap the top left image, like the series of 3 there, well, actually, if they have that as...
I think you can barely make out that he's got like a. Well, whatever. He's fine. It gives you the thumbs up.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, I think they're backwards. I think that they've got it backwards. So if I take this and do the.
I'm looking at the same reference as you are, and I think they are in the correct order, at least based on what Unit 01 is doing. Of course, I'm less familiar with the program, so...
I think here, what I have listed as idle, I think if I just swap what is idle and what is not, I'm pretty sure that'll make it so that Zeke now
Zeke probably is walking. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, now he's walking.
Yeah, there we are.
Yeah.
So did you download like a reference sheet from them and are using like the visual reference on their page, or like where was the mix-up? Mostly for personal curiosity.
Their documentation shows it as being it has them swapped. So the documentation has the idle as being the one below. It is not though. Well, this goblin is taking a beat. A lot of energy. There we go. You just got like a lot of ones. Now I gotta charge up. Shoot him.
So you gain, what, 1 energy a round, or rather 1 energy per initiative pass?
It's actually divided by your number of actions you get per round. So the main character right now, he just gets 1 per round. Zeke is actually a little bit better. Zeke hasn't run out of energy yet. But the main character has like some heavy duty weapons that drains him pretty quick. One of the first automatic upgrades, if you opt in for automatic stuff, will be a better generator that gives you more attack frequency. It might be better to just up the main character's generation power, though. Maybe I could like lower their starting accuracy and then increase their generator so that they can. Because I guess that'll be frustrating if people don't like if they have to like stall.
Yeah, doing things and failing is more interesting than standing still. But then again, they are failing because of no fault of your own is also frustrating, but
I could drop his attack to 3 and give him an extra 5. Luck is actually where that'll make him less accurate, but you get to take more actions before having to stop and suck wind. Which is getting back 3 now. Yeah, that's a lot more manageable for sustained play.
yeah. And the math works out so that even if you are actively using your little gun every turn, you're gaining 1 extra mana every round. Or,
Yeah, you're kind of bouncing back pretty quick.
yeah, and you still have the tactical choice of if you evade every other round, you have your big attack every round.
Yeah.
If you feel like gambling.
That said, I was meaning to go in there and tweak the formula for how many hits they get. This is all based off of the hero system, so you kind of get a lot of the same buff. So it's actually an auto fire thing, but it's kind of modified because RPG Maker doesn't really they don't do their things in the same way. So you can hit multiple times, but by default it just wants to have them be like as many hits as like it's like, oh, I just roll the dice this many times. But Hero has it to where like you roll once and then for every number you get over you get an extra hit. And it's kind of combining the two. Which is a little awkward because then you have to like roll to see how many hits you get. You may not get it.
So what's the behavior you want exactly?
Well, the behavior I want is just to have it's similar to the hero system where like for like so many ranks above accurate is will get you a bunch of hits. So you roll once to see how many hits you get basically, and then you take those hits, but you have to roll individually for each hit. In the hero system, because you roll once, if you roll like 5 over, then you're gonna hit 3 times, right? Whereas with this, if you roll 5 over, you then have to roll to attempt to hit 3 times, and so you might get 1 and then miss the other 2. So the other thing I've done is I've made it to where every attack inflicts evasion suppression. So even if you miss your attacks, it will lower the evasion of the enemy, so that although you maybe didn't hit every single attack, the follow-ups will be more accurate until the enemy takes a turn.
also very conveniently introduced an element of pseudo randomness to the game that feels more tactical. So the more you fail, the more likely you are to succeed.
Yes, exactly.
Good anti-frustration mechanism.
Yeah. Because I know like a lot of games they don't really emphasize the evasion very much because missing isn't very much fun. But if you miss and you still get something from it, like the enemy just gradually loses all their evasion, then that still feels all right because you're like, well, I didn't lower his health, but I made him easier to hit. So I'm making progress.
Yeah, it's suppressive fire.
Yeah.
One thing to consider for that as well is what else can it affect? Like if you're suppressing an enemy, do they get less accurate, or things like that? Like, is there a world in which you make a build in which you shoot 100 times a turn and you intentionally miss all of them?
You could do that. Like I could put in a suppressive fire ability that would lower accuracy and the evasion simultaneously. As it is, every targeted attack will lower their evasion. So like if you drop a bomb, the bomb doesn't aim, it just hits everything. So the bomb doesn't lower their evasion, but these targeted attacks always do. And the targeted attacks are also able to crit. So if you roll really high above their target, if you roll 8 above, then you crit and do double damage. So, but for sure, like a suppressive fire is an option I can do. I haven't started designing the guns yet. I've been working on the claws, because then once I do the claws, I can put in a weapon for Zeke, because all the gear that isn't like a left arm weapon or a right-handed weapon is here. So they have weapons, and these are just like, oh, these are all right-handed weapons. There's no like left hand. I think I can do something where I make it like a two-handed weapon of some sort, but then you wouldn't have like it doesn't control. Let's say we have like dual wielding.
There is something very funny about dual wielding your right hand.
Yeah. So we don't want that. Yeah.
No, but like imagine that one of the upgrades you can buy is a claw that's roughly the size of your head. So you need to use your left arm just to lift up your right arm so you can hit with it.
Well, I was thinking about having like really powerful guns or tools that effectively take up 2 slots, both slots. But yeah.
Yeah, the lack of options in combat would be less interesting though. Like you're limiting the decision space for the player if you do that.
Yeah.
At least during combat.
The items is the different weapons are what gives them all of their skills and functions and everything, so
yeah. That is a very interesting unique mechanic in terms of like what does this game offer that competition doesn't, like the ability to like influence your abilities based on your gear. I think there was a Final Fantasy that did it on like the PlayStation 2 era, but like can't think of any more recent examples. Technically part of Exile, but that's because all of your skills are gem sockets.
there we go. I've also been trying to put in other little hidden mechanics. For example, if you wind up with a weapon that has a lot of active points in it, then it increases the likelihood that the enemy is going to attack you, whereas armors reduce your appeal for damage. So if you go for like, oh, this one character is like a super tank or whatever, then they'll attack you a little less, and they'll focus on the guy with the gun, which I don't know. One of the ways, because you can build however you want, one of the things is going to be like when the enemies get exhausted, when they run out of energy, they're going to run. They'll just like leave. So that way, part of like just a battle of attrition is one of the ways that you can win it. Losing Zeke, I think, will be because he's like the healing guy, and his ability works like even if you go down to 0 HP, Zeke can just pick you up. So like losing Zeke will kind of be how you lose most battles, and I think otherwise it'll really be like Zeke, heal everybody, keep them going. And so Zeke will be the one who has all the armor and everything. His default ability is that he gets a little bit of regeneration, because my thought was that people are going to want to keep him sustained and babysit him less. Like, if you have to choose between healing Zeke and healing a party member, it's preferable that you heal somebody else. So
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Also no creative names in chat saying Final Fantasy IX. Yeah, actually, that was it. Thank you. The junctions, I think. Yeah.
Oh yeah. You have to junction magic to all your gear.
Yep. Very interesting, very finicky, and very game breaking, but super interesting. It's a shame that it hasn't really been explored. There's a lot of possibilities there. But yeah, no, in terms of Zeke being the healer, and so is there anything that the player can really do if Zeke goes down?
No, and that's why we have the item slot, is because I'm not really sure if I want to do items. I will have to go back and make animations for everybody to like pull items if they have them. But if I'm going to introduce items, probably giving them a really a limited number of items to bring Zeke back up if he goes down would be where items would come up. Be like emergency repair kit.
Oh, actually, if it's all tied to the gear, so like Zeke's healing abilities because they have one of their arms, right?
Yeah.
Right, so these are robots. What if there is a system where if an ally falls, you can swap your gear with them?
Oh, I'd have to program that.
Sure,
yeah,
but it would be an interesting thing.
You just switch over to somebody else, like, oh no, the guy with the gun died. Quick, the other person, take the gun.
Yeah, exactly. And then you can have this really stupid build where you just have one dude, like you put all of your money into one gun and you just pass it around the team.
That would be awful, though.
Absolutely. But it would be very funny. I'm always for players having the option of doing something very stupid but very funny.
Something very
Even
terrible.
if it's not the most efficient, it's so rewarding if you pull off something that dumb.
We invite you to angrily refund our game while complaining about a mechanic that you personally... Why did they allow me to do this?
Yeah. If you introduce things like that, you have to make it very generous for them to go, okay, this sucks. Can I sell the gun back now?
Yeah, well, all the weapons are you can buy and sell them at whatever price you bought them, and I'm gonna have like a little like a targeting, like a dummy that you can practice with your stuff against, so you can see like, oh, this seems good or that seems bad or whatever. And there'll be different types of dummies. There'll be like a dummy that just stands there, and then there'll be like a dummy that fires a single gun every round, and so you can test it out. It would be funny if the dummy could kill you. It'd be like, all right, live fire training, and it shoots everybody to death. like, oh no!
Can I recruit the dummy?
Can I recruit the dummy? Yes, it's more powerful than the party.
Yeah, no. Surprise party member. The dummy.
Yeah, the training dummy. It's mounted. It'll be mounted to the wall. That'll be my explanation of it. You're like, yeah, I'll just like pull a gun up out of the floor. Pew pew. Okay, I don't think I saved a texture pack project for the main character sprites. here we go. Disable all that. Yeah, but players getting lost and not really knowing what's the ideal equipment setup is kind of one of the hurdles of this design that I'm wary of and gonna try to mitigate a bit.
Yeah, usually the way you do that is you give them the correct answers early on, and then you start introducing more and more stupid, finicky options later on, when they actually know what they're doing.
Well, they will start off simple. It's just a claw and it's armor piercing. This is it. There you are. Okay, now let's see. So in theory, our heroes here. I hope I didn't say it anymore. Very glad I got rid of the battle log. That was, oh no! He broke. Why'd he break? Shoot, he must not be the right size. What did I do? I made a terrible mistake. Yeah, he's the wrong size. Okay. Sprite was exported incorrectly. Okay, what was it I needed? Gun ready 10. $11. 12. Oh, did I get 12? Okay. That hopefully will fix it. Let's give it another look. Not sure if he's even. Oh, he is. Okay.
Yeah, no mysterious size. These animations.
Yeah, it looks good. Once again, cannot kill these goblins. Just die!
Goblin refuse.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's because, there we go. There we go. Ping ping. It's like he does like 1 to 6 damage, so he's got like a lot of like miss and then like a 1 damage little pings. Ping ping.
Yeah, massive damage variance in there, so.
I am sorry, Vold. I lowered the volume on the game overall. Just want to see here. We should show our stats. The change. So we're good. All right, that'll save the players some pain and suffering. I think.
What is actuation as a stat?
That is how many turns you get. I'm gonna have like for this starting thing. There's not gonna be any explanation because it'll like. I'm gonna wait until we're done with the tutorial. Like you can't change your equipment, you can't do anything, so it doesn't matter. Like all you really need to look at is, okay, these are your skills, and it tells you pretty clearly, like shoot 3 times, shoot 1 time, armor piercing, that stuff. So it'll tell you kind of what it is. After that though, like Zeke will come get you, and then he'll be like, let's go to my house, I'll explain, like we could do some upgrades with the money we just got. And then when you get in, he'll explain, like it'll be a mandatory thing. He drags you in the house and he'll be like, yeah, we could do so many upgrades, and he'll start to tell you like, yeah, we could do this or we could do that. And then he'll join your party, and before you can move, he'll be like, oh, actually, and then I'm gonna have a praying mantis come up, and he'll be like, are you confused as heck? Give me the money you just earned, and I will give you the equipment that you need to succeed for the rest of the game. And basically, he'll just like give you the gear that I would recommend for proceeding through the game, and then you won't have to think about it. But I'll set up like a library, so because I remember like in Final Fantasy 3-6. They kind of do the same thing where they actually have a room full of scholars, and they teach you about all the game mechanics in that room, and it's optional. You could just walk past it if you want, or you could talk to everybody and they tell you about like, oh, status ailments, monsters, items, so and so. And I'll do the same thing. It'll be like a library that explains like, oh, these are all the game mechanics. So, thank you. So if you want to learn that way, if you want to get in the nit and grit and make like calculated decisions, you'll be able to. But otherwise, you'll have like the mantis who will just be like, here's your gear. Like, you don't have to think about it. Go! And you can just run and focus on what you're given, which because once your like stuff is equipped, you won't have to worry about it. The only thing is I got to figure out because you can sell your gear. I guess that maybe. I guess I could just have the one place to do your shopping. You just go back to Zeke's all the time, because you're going to keep going back to this hub anyway. You like go out in the wilderness and come back to the hub. So every time you have money, it could be that like the mantis will be like, do you want to continue with your subscription? If you had it before. And if you cancel the subscription, then he can't continue offering that, because it would. If you sell your gear, I guess you could sell your gear at any time. It's the only thing is that, like, if you sell your gear, well, it's all worth the same, I suppose.
It's all worth the same. Then is it really a shop, or is it a thing that you frequent and it has just all the things you can put on yourself?
It has all the things you can equip, but you have to pay for them. So you can see there's like this piece of armor, and it's worth 200 Tikrin bucks. And if you have 200 Tikrin bucks, you could buy that, and it would be the only thing that you buy. And then you could just sit there and try to beat the game by just walling the enemies with your 200 Tikrin dollar armor plate. Unfortunately, the enemies are gonna have gear or weapons or things that sometimes bypass armor, so that won't be a great strategy. And that'll be the catch. Is it's sort of like you go in blind, you really don't know. Like, if I get the best possible armor, is that really going to protect me indefinitely? And the answer is no. You'll find that out as you play. But then, like, on a second playthrough, you could experiment more and get into things that maybe the Mantis guy didn't set you up with before.
Yeah. Makes sense. One thing to, of course, consider is how quick is it to switch between your different gears? Like, is this a 30-second thing, a 3-minute thing, half an hour thing?
I can actually program it to just equip it automatically. So you just be like, I'll get you your new gear, and he would just take everything off of you and put everything on. So,
yeah, but also if you consider that if you have a very specific setup and then you get hard countered in some area, how long does it take you for go back, switch your gear into something appropriate, and then come back to that fight?
That would take a while. You'd have to go all the way back. So I guess having everything in just the one space is a little inconvenient. Might have to have the Mantis follow you around and be like, oh yeah, I gathered everything I could into a box. I put it all in this crate.
Yeah, so the Mantis is just, there is not a chain or anything. It's just a mantis who is actually following you around and setting the shop up wherever you go.
Yeah, it'd be the same character every single time. I'd like the mantis to keep showing. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you have the space for it, like you can just have like an animation of him quickly like opening the box anytime that he appears on the screen for the first time.
Yeah.
Like he's hastily trying to set up and look professional.
Yeah, it sets up, and then like at the very end, puts out like a little vase of flowers. Tips the flowers up, like there we are.
Grand
All right,
opening.
The shop is open. Oh yeah, that'd be good. He puts up like a little grand opening.
Every time.
I don't think I have played One Shot. Okay. The next thing I need to do, I actually have to do another character. I've got another guy named Albert, and Albert only appears for the tutorial. So I kind of don't want to get to work on Albert yet. But I do.
What actions does Albert take? You don't need the full spreadsheet if they only are limited to specific actions.
No, I need the side view battlers and everything, and so like Albert probably won't need he probably won't need quarter views. He probably only needs well, I mean, I guess it depends. If I'm lazy with the side view stuff, I could probably skip the quarter views, and that would save me like a day.
Yeah. Also, like what abilities does he use? Does he have anything besides basic attack, or?
So Albert's thing is he has a pen that he will throw. It doesn't do a lot of damage, and then he's got a clipboard, and the clipboard abilities are friendly evaluation and hostile evaluation. And hostile evaluation works on the enemies. Friendly evaluation works on you. If you use friendly evaluation, then he will tell you what that player character could do to most effectively beat this enemy and like why. And so that's part of like a little bit of a mechanics introduction that again is optional because you would just use his ability, and if you don't want to listen to him prattle on, then you just wouldn't use the ability. Or you can have him talk about the enemy and give them a dressing down as to like what's wrong with them and what are they weak against on the whole. Like why is it bad, and like
title from a Paper Mario, yeah.
I guess I never played Paper Mario.
Oh yeah. Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. Goombella is like the research archaeologist party member you get as first thing, and their signature ability is Tattle, where you point them at an enemy, they make a snarky remark about them, and then write a permanent journal entry about them into your journal. So it's a combination of like you want to use Tattle on everyone because you're a completionist and you want your journal to be full. But also it tells you exactly what the characters do, reveals their HP bars, and like makes you actually think about what the enemy is.
Okay, well, yeah, he'll do that, I guess, but just for the tutorial. And then after that, you'll kind of have to figure out the details of what the characters do from there on. I was kind of, because enemies run away if their energy gets low, or I was just going to have them run if their health gets low. I was going to try and make them, a little bit more recurring, and then that way I can get some more mileage. I was thinking about having all the enemies will be unique, so that like you're not killing one blob. It'll be like, this is Dave, and that's Michael, and that's Andrew. And if depending on who gets away in the last battles, they might show up later, or not at all. Like if you kill them all in the first thing, then you might not have to do as many battles because you killed them all, and it's like you've already proven you can kill Dave, Mike, and Andrew or whatever. I don't know.
Look, you all killed all my friends already. I give up.
Yeah, I'm done. Oh, God, I feel so alone.
The enemy's feeling depressed. They let you go. Their heart's just not in it.
Let's see. I'll change our scene. We'll start doing the blockers. I'm tired of looking at these goblins. I'd rather look at actual actual things that are going to be in the game.
What? The goblins are not a permanent part of this game?
No, the goblins are not permanent.
But they look like they fit in so well. Look, there is something very charming about a clearly out of place sprite appearing in the game. But then again, as mentioned before, I am a big fan of jank.
Yeah, we're gonna try to minimize the jank somewhat. Everhood is an RPG Maker game that people have.
The name sounds familiar.
And Super Mario RPG, the movie is called Psychopath. I can't remember who had that. Was that Mallow who had Psychopath?
Never played Mario RPG. I only played 1000 Year Door and Super Paper Mario. Oh, this is Everhood, yeah. Yeah, no, it's like a combination of an RPG and a rhythm game. I remember seeing this pop up at the time. Came out in 2020. Zoe Handley of Destructoid praised the music in the game, but noted that the story threw in too many plot twists and critiqued the spelling errors and long load times within the game. That feels like one of those things of like, you put in how many years of effort into this game and like care and love into it, but you didn't get someone to proofread it afterwards. Like, I get it, it's two developers, but still. Feels like something that would have boosted sales more than it cost to hire, like the salary of the proofreader.
So here we have Mr. Blob.
Hello, Mr. Blob.
Yeah. He's gonna be our first enemy, really. He's not going to attack or anything. He's just gonna stand there and
So you're telling me that the goblins are not part of the game, but the first enemy is a slime?
yeah.
We are a JRPG.
Yeah. First enemy is a slime, and he thinks that he's gonna be supportive of you. And he's not gonna attack or anything, so you're kind of your boss is just like, kill this thing. It's in the way. And he's gonna be like, oh, I thought I'd be one of you guys on your team. And we're like, no. Oh, are you sure? I could be. No, I don't think you are.
This character makes a return in Act 3 as an optional boss. It is exactly the same thing, but they have a gun in their arm now.
Now I have a gun. I realize now that where I went wrong was I wasn't armed like you guys were.
And to extend my thank you for teaching me this lesson, I will also continue to evaluate you and kill you now.
You're terrible people.
Honestly, you had it coming. Feels like an instantaneous mascot character. Like this character definitely should be on the box art just because he is very goofy and fun to look at.
You know, Mr. Blabo.
No creative names, have him comment on your moves. Oh, you're
Good
doing
job,
very
guys.
fast.
Yeah,
You're doing a great job at killing me. This is very painful.
Yeah, this is really painful. I am definitely dying right now.
See, this is why I want to join you guys. You are so cool.
You guys are great.
You're like the best at murder, specifically of me.
Yeah, specifically of me. You're doing really good.
He is very dedicated. He put on a tie and teeth. This is bold.
Yeah, I put on his tie and his teeth.
Dazzling smile.
See, to dress to impress.
Exactly. Dress for the job you want. Dress for the job you want, not for the slime you are.
Just debating over exactly how many different sprites he's gonna, because he will appear, you know, as a sprite, and then let me see. Do I want to have the lips or just?
He has such a minimalistic design that arguably having fewer sprites could make him just more charming. Like everyone else is way more anime than he is, and he just kind of stretches and wobbles.
I mean, I could just like erase his arm and give him a little waving animation, and that'd be all. He'd just be sitting there, waving his hands. Like it would just be 3 frames.
Yeah, no, like waving. Like his attack animation is that he waves at you and says hi.
Hi.
Ouch!
That was a real good punch in the face there. You guys are doing great.
Excellent murder.
Yeah, excellent murder. Oh wow.
Keep it up.
Keep it up. I think I'm just about dead.
Congratulations, you have killed me, they say, having devolved into a puddle with eyes.
Yep. Whoops, I'm dead now. I guess I'll go home. See you guys later.
Tell me if you want to hang out again, though.
Yeah, good luck with the other ones. The other ones are supposed to be like protesting the mistreatment of alkalines, is what it is. So they're in there and you're just told to like get rid of them. And it's gonna be like 3 slimes. I was imagining kind of I was imagining Gundam, where you have like the young boy and then the girl his age and then like the old guy who's like someone in his mid-30s who'd be like, "We can't stay here, kid. You know, it's not safe." And he'd be like, "No." And if you kill the young boy, the girl has like a big fit about it. And if you kill the girl, then I was gonna have the young boy like get out an actual weapon and be serious about it for a little bit. And be like, "Oh, I'll kill you." And you're gonna be like, "Oh, geez, this is more than I signed on for." Kid, no, your psychic energy is too much.
Killing the old guy just adds a vignette effect to the screen. We're now in a flashback forever from here on out. You have killed the mentor.
Get sepia tone, yeah.
The hero just unlocks a new ability. Think wistfully. Like, just a move that, I don't know, heals themselves and gives them like twice as much energy as normal.
Now we want them all to run out of energy because it's going to be a big problem if they stick around for too long. Because beating enemies through attrition is going to have to be a mechanic. Like there's just no way around it, or otherwise the player can get, like they set themselves up with like losing gear, and then they're like, I can't beat this enemy, but they also cannot beat me. Like if you imagine they just buy like the best healing gear, like they just buy the biggest piece of armor they could find and put it on Zeke, and then buy Zeke like the biggest healing item they can, and then cannot proceed because they don't have enough damage to like get through the armor of somebody. And so just like
with Shadow Tag and leftovers. Every round you heal for as much damage as you deal to the enemy. The enemy does exactly the same. Switching Pokemon has been disabled.
Yeah. So we don't really want that. So we're just gonna have an exhaustion mechanic for all the enemies. The players won't suffer it, and honestly, it should make it pretty difficult to fail most of the battles as a result of that. Well, I mean, I guess not. Nah, you could still get destroyed. It should be difficult to soft block a battle. Yeah. That's probably good. That's probably enough shadow for our right trigger.
Any more detail and it becomes less funny. Though they're tied just alone.
Well, I will give him a little bit of shine. This is going to get a little bit more complicated for, like actual characters that are going to move around and do things.
Yeah.
Oops, I was in the wrong layer this entire time. I keep doing that.
Walt does point out that he doesn't that transparent for a slime. Like, I suppose there is not enough subsurface reflections or things like that. Like, there is no transparency to him. But also, I'm not good enough at how to tell why or how.
Sack of paint than an actual blob. You can't see through him. with a lot of shine, he could look a little bit more blubbery.
Or if there was like a, I don't know, shine on his backside that we can kind of see through him.
Yeah. It's fine, really, just so long as as long as his colors look good, he's good. I think he's okay. We'll give him a nice little red tie, maybe like what, polka dots?
Yeah, polka dots, or little flowers.
Little flowers would be good. Floral print on his tie.
Yeah, he put on his fancy tie and everything. He wanted to make a good impression on his first day.
Hey everybody, I'm here for my first day of work.
What do we do here exactly?
What do we do here exactly? Oh. We beat up slimes. Oh, cool. I always wanted to do that.
Sweet. See, I'm a slime. I might have some insights into this.
Absolutely.
Hey, you guys want to grab lunch or something after?
I know a place.
You guys like mold?
Do you guys like mold? Yeah. A place that sells the best mold.
That's why I had to get the job, so I could afford the mold.
Gosh, it sure is getting expensive these days. You know how it is, though, right?
Am I right, guys? Am I right?
Am I right? Everybody hardly working or working hard.
Oh, it looks like our attack went up. That's impressive.
Yeah, I only have 10 HP. He won't be hard to kill. I'll just,
Oh, you said that like there's an like tutorial guy that is with you with these, like that kind of just comments on them. That's a good spot to have this guy have some extra dialogue, just responding to the criticisms. Oh yeah, that's entirely fair.
that is a very fair criticism. You are 100% correct. Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have just made his arm a separate symbol. And then that way, I could...
Not too late, I don't think, if you just use like a cut tool or something.
Yeah. I actually don't know if Toon Boom has a cut tool. Since it doesn't normally...
Does it have like just
Well, I mean...
a lasso select or something so it collects it afterwards?
I could, yeah, you can. It's got some stuff, like it's a vector program, so it's a little particular about what it'll allow and what it won't. But I can just erase the lines, and there's a way I can actually take the there's some tricks that I can do that are really simple. And it won't be too hard. Basically, I can just set it up so that the lines on him actually will erase if there's like body in the way. But anyway, though, first thing I'll do is I'll just erase all that. I'll make some space for this. he's got, let me see. Yeah, it's that one. I screwed up and I put some of his shiny stuff on the inside, but that's okay. Okay. So what you can do is you can actually break up the layers into their own separate things, and then you can do a cutter. So for example, this outside line, you could just make it to where it'll cut wherever the arm is at. So that way you can actually move the arm around, and the lines will just like vanish. And that's one of the ways that you make a good, like a solid rig. And so we'll do that real quick.
So the different parts are on different animation layers, but colors are on their own color layers.
Yeah, so all the color, so like I've got his lines on this L layer. And so what you can do is you can isolate the layers. So for example, right now it's got the whole thing set to display. So just unplug that. Now he just has the lines on display. And I'll put different isolations on it.
Oh. Some of the shines survived. Some of the shines survived.
Yeah, some of the shines were in there. I drew them in the wrong layer. But we'll be okay because he's not really going to move around very much. Isolate, linear, overlay. But I used to do this back in the day. We do this with the ponies. It works great for legs and limbs and things like that.
Yeah, makes sense considering this is specifically like an animation software, so locomotion is one of the things you need to do constantly.
Yeah. You're always redrawing the limbs and move them around.
Presumably also really good for like eyebrows and things like that as well.
The cutter. Oop, and he loses his lines. Bing. And there we go, just like that. And my only problem is he's got shadows.
And there's a few
lights.
Yeah. And the question is it worth fixing the shadows or just removing the shadows, because he honestly looks very funny and he doesn't have any detail.
I think it's good to give him the shadow. My only concern here is just that whoops, okay. Because we want him to not This is my fault for not planning to do this in the first place. If I planned ahead for this, it wouldn't be so messy. The issue that we're having is that the color is slightly overlapping the line, and you can actually set the brush tool so that it won't like draw over stuff that's there. So let me see, I haven't done this. This like draw behind. Yeah, we'll draw behind existing art. So I think if I do that, maybe will that fix it? Yeah. So if I set it to draw behind existing art, I think it's fine.
There's a great. Yeah, use repeat. I think part of the body shadow is the base. If you move the arm like way to the right, so it's not in that body, you know what I mean.
There we go. So now we can kind of do this, and that took a little bit more time than it needed to, I guess. But here's Mr. Blob, hero of the ages. Let's see. Let's give him a shadow.
He's just a little guy, and it's his birthday.
It's my birthday. Oh boy, this is the best birthday ever. That's just like gets worse and worse.
That is just his deadline. Best birthday ever.
I had no idea I could have such a happy birthday. Oh well, thanks for killing me, guys. See you later.
Wait till I tell Mom.
There we go, and he's got his little shadow. And that's our blob. He's can actually be smaller as a monster because they don't have those.
On one hand, yes, but also consider how doofy he looks and how funny it would be if this completely harmless happy guy is like 4 times the size of the killer robots.
If he's like terrifyingly huge, it's like I'm.
Like, everybody just yelling like how hideous and terrifying he is.
He's coming right at us.
Hi guys.
There we go. We're gonna get our. Oops, so now I want to draw over the art that's there. There we go. Little flowers. Hi, friends. And there we go.
Yeah. He's just a silly little guy.
It's just a silly little guy. Not harmful to anyone.
You must die.
We better start with this one. He looks incredibly. He looks alert.
Sorry, the little typo of Mr. Blobo turning into Mr. Blogo. That's what he does after you kill him. He just turns into like a little puddle and starts a blog.
I'm gonna write my blog. It's gonna be all about how fun my new friends are.
There's just a live feed of his blog going on in the background in the rest of the facility. Like the joke, like you think that the punchline is that like it's my birthday and he dies, and like 2 screens later he makes a comeback in digital form with a blog.
I met the coolest people today. They shot me in my face. I love a
Give me
new
free
experience.
bullets.
I love a new experience.
I've always want spent ammunition.
Alright, let's see, do we just get Mr. Blabo Battle Wave? C, D, E, F, G. Is he not in here?
Is he not under M for Mister? Oh,
That's
No.
that's what I would think. What if I restart?
wait. One of the default things is just SF Army Monkey.
Yeah, I have no idea. SF Army Monkey. I can.
Okay, this feels like one of those things. Like I absolutely want SF Army Monkey to be a thing, but that's again just because of my.
I mean,
Like-
I can look at it. I'll see what it is. No, I still don't see Mr. Blabo. Have I got him in the wrong? Is there maybe a rule I'm not following? It's got to be a
There are-
PNG. He is a PNG.
Is he in the right folder?
Well, I assumed he was, but maybe he's not. 'Cause there's like side view enemies. Maybe I'll put him over in the side view enemies section. Well, he shows up in the side. If I put him in the side view enemies thing, so there he is. I can change his hue, which is funny. Two Mr. Blobos. There you go. And that's our friend Mr. Blobo there in the. He could be a little bigger though. Admittedly,
Double the size. Just see what happens.
I don't know about double, but maybe like if I make him 150.
I mean, that's one of the things that I was like taught about iteration is never try to be conservative. Always go big, and then you can scale back after.
Well, I mean it's okay because it's. I mean, I gotta change the scale
Yeah.
for the sprite anyway. Mr. Blobbo Battle Wave. Let's try again. Oh, look at this tiger buddy. That looks to me like an Eevee. I don't think. Oh, where's Battle Monkey? Oh, Army Monkey. Here's your Army Monkey. It's exactly what you'd imagine. It's an Army Monkey. It's a monkey in a battle vest with a knife.
That's just one of the default assets that's in there.
Yeah, that's just a default asset they give you. In fairness, I would build an entire... I would make that the main character of a game. Oh, here's the Army Gorilla.
There's an army gorilla.
Yeah, he's dual wielding machine guns. I guess that they were just like, I don't know, you get to, like, they were like, yeah, we want some stuff like a Hydra, whatever, and the artist was like, yeah, Hydra, crab, evil book, and then they were like, okay, and do whatever you want. And they were like, gorilla, gorilla with guns. Okay, that's 150 by 150. There we go. That's good. That's like.
Oh yeah, that is the correct like size for comedy.
Yeah. Hi everybody.
He's just a bit bigger than you.
Bing bing. He's dead. We'll move him back just a little bit because he's all by himself. It's too far back. Let's move him forward a little bit.
Is there a way to make him move closer towards the group during the fight?
I think there is.
Like, there is just something funny of, like, him getting closer the lower his HP goes.
Doesn't do more damage or anything like that. He just gets closer.
Yeah, no, and he, like, the waving gets faster.
I can't animate them, unfortunately. Or at least not convenient. I can go in and I could do... Like, I could actually program it to where it would animate them.
Well, as we discovered earlier with Zeke idly walking in place, there is a thing for just idle walk animation.
It's it's for the side view characters though. Like it finds them by default. So I could go into the program and tell it like, okay, you want to look for these files. I'd have to look at exactly how it reads it. I know that one thing that I could do is I could just tell it like change the files to these. I was planning on having the battlers rotate sprites depending on what's going on or how they feel, and there is a script call for just like change the sprite to this. So that's my current plan for it. If I make them animated, then it does it looks better, but it adds that much more work to it. Then they all have to be detailed enough rigs for like movement. Every enemy takes another day or two. Whereas like this is okay. Yeah.
Yeah, no. Like feature creep, good to keep in mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing of the animation is like if you literally just rotate that arm slightly and then kind of loop it like back and forth.
Well, it's a 3-frame. It'll be a 3-frame loop. So, actually, I should just put this guy all in one big peg. And then that way I can manage him a little bit easier. But it's going to be a 3-frame loop. So. The middle one actually has to be a neutral, so rather than... I can just do like this kind of, and then I just have to straighten out the thing. So I'll do that. So it needs to be, like, it just needs to be kind of in the middle, like a middle animation. Ideally similar, roughly similar volume. And this will be for like a tiny little sprite, so this was an example of me
Creative name mentioned that he just makes himself the social media of your party. Like, you have no way of stopping him. He just disappears back home after you defeat him, and now's your social media manager.
You do have a spam email box. I could have a lot of the spam email come from. There could be a spam email from Mr. Blob, Mr. Blobo.
He just asserted himself. He works here now. We can't fire him because we don't hire him.
Yeah, no one hired him. He's just insists that he belongs here.
Yeah, and that we have no protocol for dealing with a voluntary employee.
Okay, and possibly I could maybe just take this and then flip it. Then I have to redraw the. To redraw the shadows, which, because I have done this like an idiot, means redrawing the entire thing. Or I've redrawn all the color. Ah, good. I was especially stupid about it. I have no idea what layer the...
But your layer names are so descriptive.
It's L and U and all the rest of these. And I'll just carry on in this tradition of having no idea what layers I'm working. It's fine.
It's a proud artist tradition. Everyone does it.
It's in the U.
The only people who I've seen actually name their layers are technical artists, and those guys have, comp sci degrees on top of being artists, so they're absolute maniacs. I don't trust them.
I mean, I often name my stuff if I'm working in... if I'm working with a lot of layers. I guess I don't often name my stuff. Maybe I tell a lie. But to represent myself as being much more responsible than I am.
I mean, this is a solo project. You are the only technical artist on board on this stuff.
No one is going to know. If
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're allowed to give yourself whatever title you want. Now we'll stop you. That's what Mr. Blobo did. Or Blobo.
Oh my goodness. You know what I didn't do? Whoops. Was I didn't actually create a new symbol. So now we'll actually create a new symbol. There we go. I do feel like he needs a little bit more curve on that.
Now creative names just point out that his arm waving here, destroying in the middle kind of kills the momentum because he doesn't, the arm doesn't have an acceleration. Like, it kind of evenly, because the midpoint is exactly in the middle of the animation.
Yeah, no, you're actually 100% correct. The only problem is that, well, there's two ways I could do it. I could set him up with a custom, if I could do a 4-frame animation with him. You know what? That's actually what I'm gonna do, because you're right. It really looks. It's not very jaunty or anything, is it?
Yeah. Out of curiosity, before you do that, how does it look like as a 2-frame animation? Just get rid of the mid thing entirely. Go against animation principles because it could look very funny.
I mean, it looks fine. It looks simple, but
yeah, but the character is simple and this is supposed to be doofy, so make the lower effort it looks like, the funnier it can be.
Well, here's one thing I can do is I can actually if I'm gonna take the custom route, I could even make it. I could animate it on 2s, but I could. Well, I could be really lazy about it. That's one option. If I do that, then I could just like swap between like boop. Which actually that looks kind of fun. That's.
Yeah, and as I said before, laziness is the like spirit of game dev. The lazier you can get, the more game you can create in less time.
Let's see, because I think boop, 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 boop. I need you to exist. Are you vanishing on me?
I think you put it on 13 frames. Oh.
Oh no, it's fine. He's okay. So this is kind of what he'd look like if he's animated by 3s. I could just change it to be animated by 2s.
That has so much personality.
So I could,
Like, that is great.
yeah. Yeah. Hi everybody.
Do you have an adjuster for playback rate? Like, can this, like, what does it look like if played at double pace?
At double speed, well, I could make it faster, and like you can tell RPG Maker how many frames you want them to linger over in animation. So I could tell it to play on 2s, and then it would be a pretty jaunty wave. And that's
Yeah, no, like, again, he reaches half hit points and his waving speed doubles.
there you go. Yeah. Well, again, animating during the battle might be a little harder. But his little sprite, when you see him on like out of the battle screen, it would look like this. If we decide to animate him on,
Yeah, I think the slightly slower one was actually funnier. This looks, I don't know how to put it. This looks like there's something wrong with this speed.
well, what it is that he's so the trick is that we're actually slightly overshooting, and then coming back up just a little bit. And so this has this almost like it feels very Switch-like twing, 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 twing. And when you speed it up, it gives him a little bit less time to sort of come to a jerky stop. So it feels a little bit more wacky. Yeah, but anyway, though, that's good. But that'll mean we'll have to use the up, down, left, right approach, and then probably I guess all of his friends will be the same way, where we would have them set to a particular, like, instead they won't have like a walking animation, which will only be like three frames. They'll have the 4-frame. What they're doing internally is they're spinning in a circle. That's like the player won't see it as that, but that's internally that's what it is. Spinning in a 4-directional circle. Yeah.
But yeah, also, like, this is a great identity for the slimes if you can just have, like, I don't know, their walking animation just be like this sort of wobble from side to side with the same, like, principle of, like, easing in and returning, like overshooting. Like, the visual identity for the blobs is that they're very wobbly. Even if they try to look threatening or something.
Well, the way that I had him animated for the Unity project was very much a lot of like snap. Like there's like a lot of the bulk of their body would launch forward, and then they would kind of like elastically snap forward. So like their attack was a headbutt, where they would kind of like have to throw the whole bulk of their body forward, and they would like leave their heads like way behind, and then the head would kind of like snap forward afterward, and then that was the attack. Was like a whiplash motion with the head, like a wet looking whiplash motion. When you shot them, their heads would kind of like tumble backwards into their bodies and everything, and it was a lot of work though, because it was like I all this like frame by frame animation for different enemies, but I was planning on reusing them, whereas with this we'll be a little lazier, but then draw individual people for each one.
Yeah. Or like little variants, like they can be most of the same sprite, but you give them a different hat. Well, one of them gets angry eyebrows.
I was planning on. I gotta figure out exactly what I want the middle one. I was kind of imagining the older guy would look like shoot, is it Jet Li from Cowboy Bebop? The guy with the prosthetic arms.
Oh,
Like he'd have that
Jet Black. Jet Black.
Jet Black. That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, Jet Li is the guy, martial artist that inspired Spike's fighting style.
Oh, okay.
Well,
yeah, so,
then, yeah.
yeah. So it'd be Jet Black, kind of that. Like I just give him like the bushy eyebrows and like the thick beard, and that kind of like world weary look, and he'd be like, "We've lost this battle, kid. Like, it's time to go."
Again, killing the mentor first should absolutely give them the other guys some sort of power up. Like that is their job. Their job is to die first to make the protagonist stronger.
I feel like I realize now what you were trying to teach me.
I wasn't trying to teach you. I tried to get you to leave.
The spirit of the mentor comes back to aid in the battle.
Again, if we establish that when slabs die, they just kind of, become a puddle, but, they're not really that dead. Like, the mentor can continue talking from the floor.
He's just laying there. You can do an enemy transform where they just like lay there. Of course, then you could still beat on them. I'm not sure if I can. I wonder if I can just add an image without it being like an actual enemy type of thing. 8, 9, 10, 11. I think 11. No, it would be 10. Shoot, what number would that be on the sprite sheet? Trying to think here. Oh, here I could check the. It's be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10. Oops, where am I exporting this to? It's not in the folder I thought. Oh, here. Oh, it's probably fine though, because I think I don't have him at the right. Yeah, he's the wrong size. Okay, we'll just delete all this, and I will re-export these, and then it'll be time for me to go.
Oh, absolutely fair. Also, it's getting closer for me.
Yes, it's often bedtime for the Europeans about when I close up.
Hello, as I've highlighted before, your stream schedule is perfect. You start streaming when I sit on the train from work to go get home, and you stop streaming when I go to bed. Like, I appreciate you making this sort of dedication so I can watch these streams.
Yes, it was all planned. All for those in the European time zone. I've seen the at least one comment from an American viewer who was like, "I wish you didn't stream these while I was at work." Yeah, these are the American working hours. That's why I'm using them as such.
Yeah, but we know that your target demo is European.
Those are the true fans.
The American audience doesn't appreciate you like the Europeans do. If they really wanted to watch these streams, they would watch you during work.
That's right. That's part of the reason I do it. Is so you can tune in while you're working, you save yourself from the drudgery.
Yeah. And you can listen in on us commenting on slime violence and corporate greed.
Yes, every single day we have some new some new rant on corporate America. We'll reset the counter to 0 again today as we.
Why do we have a counter? If we run out of batteries, how would we even know?
I feel like we got one day where I didn't talk about corporation.
I must have not been here. But yeah, it is entirely possible.
Yeah. I think we got a day. We got like one day. We might get 2 in a row at some point.
Ooh, shooting for the moon.
Yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. All right. We got our blobs all figured out. Everything's all exported. And yeah, at some point we got to do Albert, and Albert's going to be a whole nother several days of rigging. Oh boy, but that'll be later. Yeah. Thanks for joining
That's
me.
a future Greg problem.
It's a future problem. Yeah. So all right. So you guys have a good day or evening or whatever the case. Goodbye.